Well, a very good afternoon to you, and you are right on time for this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings of this day, the 17th of October, the year 2023. And this live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. On the order of business for the members of the National Assembly this afternoon, in the National Assembly proceedings, there are a number of motions. One of the motions is a motion that will be moved by the chairperson, Public Petitions Committee, Honorable Nimrod Mbai, who's also the Member of Parliament for Kitui East, on the petition on probable loss of investments in Saiton High Yield Solutions platform. Now, remember, this motion was debated in the morning sitting. Earlier on, the member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi, had moved a number of amendments to this particular report of the Public Petitions Committee, and members extensively gave their opinion and views on these particular amendments for this report. And this particular report will be considered in this afternoon session, or rather in this afternoon sitting, in a motion that will be moved by the chairperson, Public Petitions Committee. So this afternoon's debate on this motion will be a resumption of that particular debate that kicked off in the morning, with members widely giving their opinions on it. And the remaining time on this motion is 24 minutes. So members who may have not gotten an opportunity in the morning debate then will be included in the remaining 24 minutes to be able to add their voices on this particular motion. Members of the National Assembly will also be considering a motion this afternoon on the extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee. And this is a motion that is being moved by the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party. The leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and the leader of the minority party, Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, will jointly move this particular motion to have the House resolve that the mandate for the National Dialogue Committee be extended by a further 30 days from the 28th of October 2023, and consequently report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions on or before 26th November 2023, and thereafter submit its report to Parliament. And now a look at what has been happening on this National Dialogue Committee. Remember when it was established and it was given certain mandates, including to facilitate dialogue, consensus building, and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya. And it had been given 60 days to be able to give their resolutions to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. But this afternoon, the House leadership will be looking to have its mandate extended by a further 30 days. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetuwea nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao tumeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshe baraka zako Sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili tukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeants, continue with the quorum bell.
Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, that the Sajeta terms ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Of course, this is an indication that the House lacks the requisite quorum for the House to commence its business. At the commencement of the House business in each sitting, the House must attain a total of 50 members present in the chambers. And if members do not quorate that number, then the Speaker may direct that a quorum bell be rung. This is to alert the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament but yet to get to the chambers, understand that their presence inside the chamber is highly required for the House to commence its business. And once the quorum is achieved, we will be seeing the Sajeta terms standing at the entrance. They will be showing or lifting the white paper. This is signaling to the clerk and to the Speaker that the number has been achieved and that the House can begin undertaking the business of that day for that particular sitting. The members of the National Assembly will also this afternoon consider a motion on the inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community region. And the Chairperson Select Committee on Regional Integration, Honorable Wanjiku Muhia, who is also the Member of Parliament for Kipipiri, will be seeking the House to adopt that report on its inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community region, a report that was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th of July, the year 2023. The Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee, Honorable Abdi Shurie, the Member of Parliament for Mbalambala, will also be moving a motion this afternoon on the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. This is a motion in a report done by the committee and a paper that was laid on the table, or rather the report was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 28th September 2023. This is a motion that touches on the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023.
To transact business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Order, honorable members. Daud, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the passage of two National Assembly bills by the House of Senate. Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 41-4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to report to the House that I have received two messages from the Senate regarding the passage of two National Assembly bills. The message convey that on Thursday, 12th October 2023, the Senate considered and passed the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, and the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023 without amendments, and in the form passed by the National Assembly. Honorable members, you will recall that on Wednesday, 27 September 2023, the National Assembly considered and passed the two bills with amendments, following which I refer the bills to the Senate for consideration in accordance with Article 110(4) of the Constitution. The passage of the said bills by the Senate in the same form as passed by the National Assembly concludes the bicameral consideration of the bills. In this regard, honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 110(5) of the Constitution, I shall be presenting the bills to His Excellency the President for assent. Thank you. Next one.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 17th October 2023, afternoon sitting. 1, submission of one nominee to Tiati constituency from the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. 2, the second annual report on the state of public-private partnerships in Kenya for the financial year 2022-2023. 3, report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Staff House Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificate therein. 4, report of the Auditor General and the financial statements for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 17th of October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Equalization Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2022.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Robert Mbui. There is a mic next to you.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the ongoing demolitions and evictions in Athi River, Machakos County. Honorable Speaker, on Friday 13th last week, October 2023, residents of Athi River woke up to extensive demolitions of their houses by the government. The demolitions have continued over the past 4 days with great loss to the residents. Houses, schools, churches, mosques, and other social amenities, Mr. Speaker, have been brought down in total disregard of the rights of the owners and occupiers. Notably, no notice was given to the property owners prior to the demolition. Furthermore, whereas it is it is alleged that the land belongs to the government and that the occupiers had done so against the law, it is worth noting that the constructions were duly approved by relevant county and national government institutions. This includes, Mr. Speaker, architectural designs, roads, and other amenities, including water and electricity connection by Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Honorable Speaker, it is sad to also note that the East African Portland Cement Company has advertised the sale of the said land. Interestingly, the East African Portland Cement claims that preferential priority shall be offered to the parties currently occupying sections of the said parcel. This is coming after the demolition of the properties of the very persons they now allege they intend to sell the land to. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view to exploring possible and lasting solutions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Members?
Do you have the numbers support? You definitely have support of the House. And you may take your seats, honorable members. I've consulted with the mover of the motion and the clerk, and I'll allocate time on Thursday at 5 for the debate of this motion. Next order. Order, and you are not going to question that. I've said I've consulted with the mover of the motion who is sitting next to you. Yes. No. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Do we have any statements? Statements by the member for Garissa Township, Barrow Mohammed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General statement, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 43-1, I rise to make a general statement on exclusion of vulnerable children and orphans in home care centers and orphanages from the recent mass registration of new beneficiaries of the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program. Honorable Speaker, the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs implements the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program. The program targets older persons aged over 70 years, poor households taking care of orphans and vulnerable children, and persons with severe disabilities by providing a monthly stipend to support dignified living. Honorable Speaker, on 1st September 2023, the government rolled out a countrywide month-long registration targeting 500,000 new beneficiaries to the cash transfer program. Whereas the noble exercise seeks to enhance the welfare of vulnerable members of our society, it is unfortunate that orphans and vulnerable children living in home care centers and orphanages, being similarly needy, were not registered to equally benefit from the initiative. Honorable Speaker, it is also public knowledge that the government intends to close all private-owned children homes and orphanages in the country and allow only government-run home centers under Child Welfare Society of Kenya. The government envisages to reunite the children with their parents or guardians and other family members, whereas they can benefit from parental care and guidance. Nevertheless, most children in home care centers and orphanages neither have anywhere to call home or seek alternative shelter other than in the care centers. It is also clear how hundreds of vulnerable children in private child care centers will be transitioned to have their well-being and welfare secured. Honorable Speaker, I therefore urge the government, through the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, to register vulnerable children and orphans living in child care homes and orphanages in the cash transfer program and consider remitting their monthly stipend to these centers. Further, it is also important for the government to put in place suitable and sufficient alternatives to support vulnerable children in private-owned care centers before embarking on policy reforms overhauling children care systems in the country. This will ensure that no vulnerable child is unjustly disadvantaged and their well-being put to jeopardy. As a matter of fact, most of these care centers hosting the children are supported by well-wishers, including even members of parliament. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mohammed. Where is Karemba? Is he the chairman of the Committee on Social Protection? Alice Nganga. Is she in the house? I'll direct the committee to get seized of the matter and report back to the House in 2 weeks. Thank you. Next. Before we go to the next order, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge and recognize a delegation from the Parliament of Botswana. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of staff from the Parliament of Botswana. The delegation comprises of the following: Mr. Christopher Nfila, Assistant Clerk and Head of the Tables and Journals Office, Leader of Delegation; Mr. Thato Tsiepietata, Principal Clerk, Assistant in the Table and Journals Office; Ms. Unami Chikanyuka, Senior Clerk, Assistant in the Tables and Journals Office; Mr. Bogodile Shuping, Senior Information and Technology Officer. The delegation is in the country on a benchmarking visit to National Assembly to learn about automation of parliamentary business processes in order to improve efficiency, reliability, and transparency in the provision of legislative and procedural services to members of Parliament. Honourable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagement with their staff in the country. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, petition on probable loss of investments in Cyton High Yield Solutions platform.
Honourable members, I will rearrange the order paper a little and direct that we go to order number 9, which is an order that we can dispose of fairly quickly between the two leaders of the House before we come back to order number 8. So call out order number 9.
Order number 9, motion, extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to move the following motion, that aware that the National Dialogue Committee was established by Parliament through a resolution passed by the National Assembly and Senate on the 16th of August 2023 and 29th of August 2023, respectively. Further aware that the resolution outlines the mandate of the committee, which includes to facilitate dialogue, consensus building, and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Acknowledging that since its establishment, the committee has made tremendous progress in exercise of its mandate and has achieved the following milestones. 1, formulated and adopted the framework agreement, framed and adopted the statement of issues, unbundled the issues and agreed on prioritization of issues, harmonized the unbundled issues, conducted public participation and stakeholder engagements in line with the requirements of Article 10 of the Constitution, and examined and analyzed the memoranda that were received from the public and stakeholder submissions. Further cognizant that the committee is presently in the process of considering the issues for negotiations and recommending appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the framed issues, which are electoral justice and related matters, outstanding constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties and coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy, entrenching the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund into the Constitution, and establishment and entrenchment of state offices. Conscious, Honorable Speaker, that the resolution as passed by both houses of Parliament required the committee to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions within 60 days from 29 August 2023, and recognizing the need for the committee to conclude the consideration of the issues for negotiations, the process of making the appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the issues as framed by the committee, and preparation of a report for submission to the leadership of both the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions and thereafter to Parliament. Now, therefore, the Houses of Parliament resolve to extend the mandate of the National Delegate Committee by a further 30 days from the 28th October 2023, and consequently, the committee shall be required to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalition on or before the 26th of November 2023, and thereafter submit its report to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, as the motion says, Honorable Speaker, we resolved in the National Dialogue Committee, Honorable Speaker, to seek an extension of our mandate from the envisaged initial period of 60 days by a further 30 days. And Honorable Speaker, as the motion says and is self-explanatory, we have indeed covered a lot of ground in the last 50 or so days, Honorable Speaker, and with only less than 10 days to go. This week, Honorable Speaker, we took a break to allow the technical teams and the Secretariat to put together a lot of work on the issues that we agreed on last week, and those that we are yet to agree and be able to frame the issues that we have divergent opinions and those that we converge in opinion, and be able to frame them in a manner that we'll be able to quickly be able to negotiate. And Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, having been a very seasoned diplomat and our number one diplomat when you're Minister for Foreign Affairs, matters to do with dialogue and negotiations are indeed lengthy and delicate, and we do not want to rush into this. So, and especially even to also allow our technical teams to guide the committee in terms of the constitutional provisions and legal provisions, and even be able to come up with draft legislative interventions, and if there are any constitutional interventions, also to be able to come up with that so that they form part of our report. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we realize that we may not be able to complete that within the time that is left. And Honorable Speaker, as we resume the negotiations next week, that would only leave us with about 5 days next week, as the days would have lapsed on Saturday 28th. And therefore, we only had 5 days, Monday to Friday. And we sought, therefore, to come back to both houses, seek concurrence of the House to allow us more time, Honorable Speaker, to be able to engage and consider all the issues, as we said, in line with Article 10 of our Constitution, to also engage with the memoranda and the stakeholder engagements, Honorable Speaker, that we were able to listen to. And members who have been following will see that we engaged in a matter of about 5 days with over 60 stakeholders, and we had 704 persons drawn from stakeholders who appeared before the committee, and over a similar number who sent memoranda both by email and others handwritten, including members of Parliament, who some I can see here, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, who took his time not only to send memoranda but also to appear before the committee to give his submissions, and the Honorable Pukose, and many others, including the member for Tiati, and many other members of Parliament who appeared on various issues, Honorable Speaker. And we do not want to do a report that will not take into account all those issues. And therefore, we are seeking that the concurrence of the House for extension of time. But may also, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, say that the committee may not need to sit for the entire 30 days, but we are cautious that we do not come and seek an extension of 2 weeks or 15 days, then we run into problems and have to come to the House again and probably come at a time when the House is on recess. That's why we thought to do this early enough so that we have at least another 30 days to the end of November, but we are certain before the end of November we shall have completed and tabled a report before Parliament, and also reported back to the leadership, coalition leadership on both sides for the way forward on the issues that have been at hand. Let me take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, not just to thank the hundreds of Kenyans who wrote to the committee, who took their time to submit memoranda through email, some even through WhatsApp, and some by delivering them by hand to Bomas and also to the Secretariat here in Parliament, and also Parliament and the Clerk's Office and your office, Honorable Speaker, for the support, especially on secretarial services, that you have extended to the committee. Committee that has worked under very strenuous circumstances, Honorable Speaker, as you are aware. We have had no budget at all, and we have had to rely on the support of well-wishers, Honorable Speaker, and we pray that the well-wishers who have been supporting the committee may continue. And I want to plead to members who are very keen to seek to appear before the committee, if they could also contribute to the budget of the committee, Honorable Speaker, in these last hours. Unfortunately, one of the civil society organizations that was funding the committee's secretarial conferencing facilities, towards the end of last week indicated to us that they had run out of budget, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, may also be part of the reason that this week we are not able to meet. But I want to plead that we will get the necessary support from all other well-wishers who may want to support this endeavor. Because dialogue, Honorable Speaker, and you have told us this numerous times, that it never hurts to speak to each other than speaking at each other. And indeed, through this process, Honorable Speaker, some of the issues that seemed very momentous and issues that we never have agreed on, through dialogue, negotiation, consultations with mutual respect, Honorable Speaker, we have been able to surmount what seemed like mountains. And Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans will bear us witness that this dialogue process has, in a big way, helped to calm the nation and allowed all of us as leaders to focus on what we were elected to do, to deliver services to the people of Kenya. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the leader of minority, Honorable Pio Wandai, who is also the Azimio Deputy Delegation Leader, on behalf of his delegation leader, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to second this motion. And Mr. Speaker, in seeking this short extension to the National Dialogue Committee's term, we are simply exercising abundance of caution, as rightly put by the Honorable Ichungwa. Because, as a matter of fact, we may not actually need those 30 days. But since we are aware that the Senate is going on recess on the 19th of this month, it would only be advisable that we take this precaution, that we act proactively, so that we get this committee given the life it requires to undertake its work to conclusion. Mr. Speaker, if there's something we have learned throughout the term of this committee so far, is that Kenyans of all walks of life, Kenyans of various backgrounds, Kenyans of diverse schools of thought have come before us in the committee to express themselves robustly on issues they feel strongly about, issues they feel this committee should deal with, over and above even the issues that we had outlined earlier on. The Speaker, we have seen, for instance, far-reaching recommendations coming forth from the judiciary, from the Supreme Court, from the Council of Governors, from the the Council of the County Assemblies Forum, they have all come before us to make oral representations with far-reaching recommendations, including the clamor to introduce a World Development Fund, which was never in the initial agenda, Mr. Speaker. The clamor to entrench devolution, to make devolution work, Mr. Speaker, by strengthening the counties by way of increasing their revenue, their share of national revenue, equitable share of revenue, and so on and so forth. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I can say with a lot of confidence that this committee has done extremely well so far, and Kenyans should not lose hope. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the media trying to run with the narrative that the committee is giving preference, or is giving prominence, is giving preferential treatment to issues that don't concern Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the issues which are on the table, they are all issues to do with the people. They are neither Azimio nor Kenya Kwanza issues as we speak. They are Kenyan issues. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to say this as I conclude, that even the matter of the cost of living, which obviously is covered under Article 43 issues, is an issue that the committee is properly seized of. And I've always said that this committee will not complete its work without addressing itself to the matter of the cost of living. The matter of the cost of living. And I also want to echo what Honorable Chungwa said, that this committee, its establishment and proceedings have had the effect of calming the country. And the country has been able to move as a unit, Mr. Speaker, insofar as these talks are concerned. So we expect, Mr. Speaker, that if the House, in its wisdom, can grant us that extension, we shall be able to now undertake the final bit of this work. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the real negotiations started just last Thursday. On Thursday last week, and on Friday is when we now had real negotiations happening. Because previously we have had to listen to the public, members of the public and agencies and groups. Now real negotiations have just started, and the speed at which we are moving, it is highly encouraging. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say any more than that, and I wish to plead that honorable members kindly grant the committee the extension that it is seeking. With that, I second.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members in the walkway. Order. Take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that aware that the National Dialogue Committee was established by Parliament through a resolution passed by the National Assembly and Senate on 16th August 2023 and 29th August 2023, respectively. Further aware that the resolution outlines the mandate of the committee, which includes to facilitate dialogue, consensus building, and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya, acknowledging that since its establishment, the committee has made tremendous progress in exercise of its mandate and has achieved the following milestones: formulated and adopted the framework agreement, framed and adopted the statement of issues, and bundled the issues and agreed on prioritization of issues, harmonized the unbundled issues, conducted public participation and stakeholder engagements in line with the requirements of Article 10 of the Constitution, and examined and analyzed the memoranda that were received from the public and stakeholder submissions. Further cognizant that the committee is presently in the process of considering the issues for negotiations and recommending appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the framed issues, which are electoral justice and related matters, outstanding constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties and coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy, entrenching the National Government Constituency Development Fund, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund into the Constitution and establishment and entrenchment of state offices, conscious that the resolution as passed by both houses of parliament required the committee to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions within 60 days from 29th August 2023, recognizing the need for the committee to conclude the consideration of the issues for negotiations, the process of making the appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the issues as framed by the committee, and the preparation of a report for submission to the leadership of the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions and thereafter to Parliament. Now, therefore, the Houses of Parliament resolve to extend the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee by a further 30 days from 28th October 2023, and consequently, the committee shall be required to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions on or before 26th November 2023, and thereafter submit its report to Parliament. Do you really need to debate this, honorable members? Okay, I give you 2 minutes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I just want to, as much as I agree with the request.
And only comment on whether.
I agree, Honorable Speaker. And when this House mandated the same committee that they go do this job, we expected them to tell us and provide a clear progress report to this House to say that we have done A, B, C, D to warrant extension.
You are out of order. Order, there was no such provision in the motion that was tabled here. So you are clearly out of order. Take your seat. Honorable members, what is before the House is very simple. Do you extend the time by 30 days or you don't? Not the merit or demerits of what the committee is doing. Honorable members, allow me now to put the question. Aware that the National Dialogue Committee was established by Parliament through a resolution passed by the National Assembly and Senate on 16th August 2023 and 29th August 2023 respectively. Further aware that the resolution outlines the mandate of the committee, which includes to facilitate dialogue, consensus building, and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya, acknowledging that since its establishment, the committee has made tremendous progress in exercise of its mandate and has achieved the following milestones: formulated and adopted the framework agreement, framed and adopted the statement of issues, and bundled the issues and agreed on prioritization of issues, harmonized and bundled issues, conducted public participation and stakeholders engagements in line with the requirements of Article 10 of the Constitution, and examined and analyzed the memoranda that were received from public and stakeholder submissions. Further cognizant that the committee is presently in the process of considering the issues for negotiations and recommending appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the framed issues, which are electoral justice and related matters, outstanding constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties and coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy, entrenching the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund into the constitution and establishment and entrenchment of state offices. Conscious that the resolution as passed by both houses of parliament required the committee to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions within 60 days from 29th August 2023, recognizing the need for the committee to conclude the consideration of the issues for negotiations, the process of making the appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the issues as framed by the committee, and the preparation of a report for submission to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions thereafter to Parliament. Now, therefore, the Houses of Parliament resolve to extend the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee by a further 30 days from 28 October 2023, and consequently the committee shall be required to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions on or before 26 November 2023, and thereafter submit its report to Parliament. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now can go back to order number 8. Clerk, read it out.
Order number 8, motion, petition on probable loss of investments in Cyton High Yields Solutions platform, resumption of debate.
Before we go to debate on that order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, when you are on your feet in the House, you would be either in motion into the House or out of the House. You cannot be static on one spot when the House proceedings are going on. Number two, the consultations are a bit too loud, and I want to caution Honorable Dawood and your colleagues there that while the Speaker was putting the question on that long motion, you continue distracting his attention with very animated discussions that were totally out of order. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following students in the public and speakers galleries: University Students Association leaders from West Mugirango constituency, West Mugirango in Nyamira, Mwihoko Primary School from Ruiru, Kiambu, Changuni Primary School from Kilome, Makueni. I have been requested by two members, the member for Ruiru and the member for West Mugirango, to welcome the students. I give a minute to each one of them. I'll start with Ruiru.
Asante sana mzungumzaji wa nyumba hili kwa kunipatia nafasi hii ya kuweza kuwakaribisha.
That is not the translation of Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana Bwana Speaker. Asante sana Bwana Speaker kwa kunipatia mwanya huu kwa kuweza kuwakaribisha hapa bungeni wanafunzi kutoka shule ya msingi ya Para Ruiru, hasa eneo la Mwihoko. Bwana Speaker, asante sana hasa kwa hata wewe kwa uongozi wako mwema kuwapatia nafasi hata kukaa nyumba ya sanaa ambao inakuelekeza wewe. Asanti, na vile vile nichukue vile vile mwanya huu kuwatakia kila laheri watihimiwa wote wale wanajiandaa kufanya mtihani ujao hapo mwakani. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Thank you. Nashukuru sana. Member for West Mugirango, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this humble opportunity. I join my colleague from Ruiru in welcoming all the students that have come to the Speaker's Gallery. Coincidentally, Mr. Speaker, I went to high school in Ruiru High School, and I'm happy that when the students from Ruiru are here, it's at the same time that university student leaders from West Mugirango constituency are also here. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for continuous development of our young leaders, particularly those in the universities. And I'm proud that these students, having chosen to come and see how you conduct proceedings in this house, I'm sure they will grow to become as effective leaders as they are. And Mr. Speaker, may I humbly I request that you be kind enough, because West Mogrango is in Nyamira County and Mama County, Honorable Jerusha Momanyi is here to kindly second my motion in welcoming our students to the. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, don't overreach yourself. First, you have moved no motion, and secondly, you have no authority to grant any member an opportunity to speak. Okay, we are at motion at order 8. Everybody, the member was on the floor, had exhausted his time. Now the screen, as usual, is full. I don't know if it's for this motion. John Kawanjiku Kiamba, are you to speak on this motion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion that has been brought forward by Member Atandi and a colleague, Honorable Atandi. Mr. Speaker, I think we really support this motion because it is high time that as a chamber, we protect what we call our members and members of the public against crude, investments that probably they are using their own resources. And so to make sure that they lure so many people within the republic, into a scheme whereby they are promising them that they are going to benefit more in terms of resources or in terms of profit, like Satan did, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of the issues that we are really supporting, that some of these directors, some of these rad grabbers, like whatever is happening in Mavoko, Mr. Speaker, and we condemn it because those people have found themselves between a lock and a hard press, Mr. Speaker, that they have a small resources that they have within their area, within their pocket. They save their money to make sure that probably they get a place to build their family's home. But whatever happened, Mr. Speaker, is that they are being scammed and they cannot be able to show the cost for their investment, Mr. Speaker. And I therefore support that the DCI need to rise to the occasion, Mr. Speaker, whereby he deal with these screwed business people who are using their own resources and using the public resources to make sure that they defraud millions of Kenyans of their resources, Mr. Speaker. I saw a woman who was really crying because she had really invested her all investment and she has actually gone to retire, whereby she cannot be able to afford even to buy another piece of land, Mr. Speaker. And you realize they invest a lot. They have been making a lot of savings. And maybe probably some of those savings that they have made is what they use to buy and to purchase those land, Mr. Speaker. The DCI, the EACC must rise to the occasion, Mr. Speaker. The directors of these institutions, the directors of these companies, they are driving very huge vehicles. They have very serious homes, maybe other things in Karen and Runda and other places, posh places, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of the public, at the expense of the citizen of this republic, Mr. Speaker. We therefore call upon the DCI because we want to see these people, their accounts closed, even their personal accounts, even the accounts that belongs to their wives should be closed, Mr. Speaker, so that those people who have invested money with Satans and other land companies, they have been using those opportunities, to publicize, to market their company on how they are assisting Kenyans who are vulnerable to purchase lands and even to own homes and properties, Mr. Speaker. So we must also make sure that we put measures, and the DCI lies to the occasion, Mr. Speaker, put up measures whereby he's going to make sure that he goes after their properties, after their personal properties, so that they become a lesson to them and even to other people who are in business, not of selling land, Mr. Speaker, but of, stealing from the citizens, stealing from the people, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this motion, I support it. The DCI, the EACC, they must rise to the occasion, Mr. Speaker, and I therefore support the motion by Honorable Atandi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Ferdinand Wanyonyi. The chair who was in the speaker's chair tells me you had been lined to speak.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've had a very long delay here. I want to speak on this motion. And I want to say, first and foremost, this particular organization, we need to know where it's coming from. Because, the Speaker, this particular organization is actually one that actually has been conning Kenyans money. Last weekend, unfortunately, they came up to my residence in Kitale. Very nice vehicle, walked in there. I didn't know who they were. And then, of course, they even sent the religious people to come and persuade. So yesterday, when I was at home on Saturday, somebody drives into my compound. I didn't even know who he was. Only be surprised that this was one of the organizers, leaders in Trans Nzoia, trying to convince me to join this, to invest in this particular group. I got because they were very persuasive. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I almost got attempted because they were asking for some money. And I said, I don't have, why don't they give me time so I can be able to look at what is happening? Mr. Speaker, only to find that when I come here, there's a motion on the same. I want to caution members of parliament. These guys are very persuasive. They will come to you and they'll give you all sorts of good things about this particular organization. The question is, what is happening to the marketing commission in this country, and why is these people actually licensed to come over and give this kind of attraction? And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing. So we should be able to, as a committee, I think there's a committee on petition. I suggest that the committee for petition calls the marketing, what do you call the marketing, what? the marketing commission here to come and explain to us who these people are, because I'm told they are from US. The Capital Marketing Authority to come before this committee to be able to explain to us who these people are. Because when it comes to the Speaker, when it comes to these people on advertisement, they give you all sorts of things. And I can tell you, somebody mentioned in the morning that when something is so sweet, think twice before you accept. Because they come very persuasive, Mr. Speaker, and I want the Committee on Petition to call the authority to come up and explain to us who these people are, because they are actually conning the Kenyans. With those few remarks, I want to support the motion and look forward to these people coming to tell us who they are, because they are all over the place in the advertisements or what have you, and therefore we should be able to actually find out who these people are so I can be able to deal with them squarely. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Ferdinand. Honorable members, the screen is full. I don't know what you have logged in for, so if you raise your hands, it will be easier. Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the petition, the report of the Public Petitions Committee, and the motion as proposed to be amended by Honorable Atandi. Honorable Speaker, investment in real estate is an expensive undertaking. As such, many investors look for innovative ways and look at a cocktail of investment options available to them. Honorable Speaker, the case of Saiton is a case of pooling funds so that they invest in any real estate asset for purposes of capital appreciation and rental income. Honorable Speaker, actually what happened in this case, Saiton went out of their way, set up various funds, set up various investment schemes, and invited members of the public to subscribe and pay some money for purposes of development and paying along the line as development goes on. Honorable Speaker, this is some kind of a pre-sale or sale on paper. Honorable Speaker, in this case, there are many cases that go wrong. Many of them have been executed successfully, but some cases go wrong. And this case of Saiton went wrong. Honorable Speaker, perusing through the report of the Public Petitions Committee, clearly highlights some of the shortcomings or the shortfalls of this approach. One, there is no guarantee for return on investment. And if there's any guarantee, the guarantee is tied in mortar and bricks, which might not be a solution at all. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, this kind of an arrangement is not regulated anywhere. It's an unregulated investment. Consequently, there are no balances and checks to ensure security of investments. It's upon this understanding that one of the recommendations of the report is to call upon Capital Markets Authority to institute regulations that somehow rope in these people, this kind of investment, that are becoming popular and have been borrowed from the United States, to some extent United Kingdom. So, Honorable Speaker, one of the far-reaching recommendations that we need to pursue, and I want to invite the Committee of Finance and National Planning to pursue this recommendation to the final end, that this kind of arrangement is inevitable and it's a progressive approach to raising funds for real estate investment. We need, therefore, to have regulations. Number two, Honorable Speaker, yes, if you stake out that you are going to collect funds to undertake a project, it's incumbent upon you to ensure that you deliver. There are very many cases of stalled projects, the very many cases of delayed completion of the project is truly hurting very many investors in this country. I totally agree the recommendation that those directors, those who hold fiduciary responsibility in site-on investment and the plethora of SPVs should be held personally responsible to the extent of their culpability so that we are able to solve this problem once and for all. Honorable Speaker, it allure to own housing and allure to pay over a long period of time makes everybody very culpable. Makes so sweet that, as Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi say, you can't resist it. And in any case, many times, they send very good marketers, very sweet, good-looking girls, and very well-dressed men to look for, to sell. And if they go to Honorable Wanyonyi, and I know, he's warning me, I won't say anything, Honorable Speaker. I don't want Ismail, I don't want him to threaten me. So, Honorable Speaker, the long and the short of it, finally, regulations is important. Secondly, people must be held responsible for their decisions as they present themselves to the public. They must be held accountable. Those who have lost their money in this must be repaid, and where they fail to pay, those who are responsible, the assets must be liquidated so that we compensate the investors. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the motion in the amended form. Thank you.
Honorable Atande is in the House. He is the mover of this motion, isn't he? No. Or is the chair of the petition? Is the chair here? Yeah? His vice. Who is the vice? Yeah? Honorable Sitianei, are you the one who is standing in for your chair? You are the one replying? Give Honorable Sitianei the mic, ask her. Give her the mic. Clark, what's the problem? Are you the one replying?
I can.
Pardon?
Chair, I can do it.
It is not you can't do it. Are you the one replying or you are not?
I wasn't the one replying.
Where's your
I'll
chairman?
do it.
The chairman of your committee has been adversely mentioned here many times, and this is his motion. Before, how much time will you require? You have 10 minutes legitimately. There are members who are under tremendous pressure to me to say something. Will you need all the 10 minutes, or you need a few minutes so that I can allocate a few minutes to others?
I'll take a few minutes.
How many?
Honorable Speaker.
2,
Maybe 3
3
minutes.
3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So I'll give Lillian Kogo 2 minutes. I'll give Polo 2 minutes. And Carol Omondi 1 minute. And Mukunji 1 minute. Start with Lillian. 2211.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this report by the Public Petitions Committee, and as has been already said by honorable colleagues, Honorable Speaker, it is very, very important that those who want to engage themselves with the public by way of pooling resources so that they can initiate the ownership of property or houses, for that matter, hold themselves responsible, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is the desire of every Kenyan, every other family to own property or to own a house. Every one of us would want to own a house. Every one of us would want to own property in this country, and just to basically even a roof over a family's head. And if we pool our resources together on a certain investor, it is just important that these investors, Honorable Speaker, that they deliver. So as I support the amendments by the Honorable Atandi, I want to call upon those who are involved to be responsible in their undertakings so that people who invest their money can have responsible return on their investments. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I actually rise to oppose. I find it very intriguing the way the recommendations are couched on matters that are clearly regulated by established government agencies established by this parliament. We have the Capital Markets Authority, we have the judiciary, we have the central bank. All these matters should be dealt with by those competent bodies instead of Parliament stepping in to micromanage the way business is conducted by the private sector. And if we continue this way, we probably would be criminalizing creativity in the business field. I'm strongly opposed to these recommendations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Polo Chesumei.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add weight on Honorable Atandi's proposal, or amendments rather, and I stand to support him strongly because this particular company, even the name itself, Saiton High Yield Solutions, the name itself actually would make people think that they're going to be multi-millionaires. So what I suggest is that going in the future, it will tame ministries and other regulatory bodies from imposing regulations on Kenyans without proper parliamentary approval. So I really support, I support him on that. And again, by imposing or making the DCI to investigate that company, it will assist many Kenyans to recover what they would have otherwise lost. And it will also ensure that all regulation undergo the right formulation of regulations. And again, it will help to bring order and sanity by protecting the people from irregular, punitive regulations. So I support the amendments made by Honorable Atandi. Thank you.
Gitonga Mukunji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to put my support to the recommendations. And Honorable Speaker, a while back, I made a visit to the US through this House. And Honorable Speaker, I had a Zoom meeting with a number of 300 Kenyans in our diaspora in the US. And Honorable Speaker, these members have been swindled not once, but more than once by these companies that really promise high yields in investments such as houses. And I feel that this House will be failing if it leaves this issue to organizations that have not been able to solve this problem that has been existing for a while. Honorable Speaker, we need to update our regulations and have stringent measures that can protect investors that put their money in land and in houses and other
Thank you, Gitonga. Now, Honorable Member for Tarbo, Mama Setiane, you can now reply on behalf of your committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply to this motion and take time to thank all the members for the contributions that they have made to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank Honorable Atandi for bringing in the amendment, and also thank the members for adopting this report. Honorable Speaker, having listened to the petitioners as one of the members of the committee, it is actually prudent that the CEO and the partners be held liable for the loss of the investment to the customers and the investors. Honorable Speaker, the petitioners that came in actually invested their money after saving for a long time. Some of them took loans to invest in this company, and they lost a lot of their money. Some of them used their retirement money to invest in this Saiton, and they lost their money. Therefore, we would want to strongly ask the DCI to actually investigate, to actually carry out a thorough investigation to the people who are culpable should be actually taken to court. And also, the relationship between the CEO and partners and CMA must be investigated so that these members can be able to get access to their money or compensated their money. Honorable Speaker, most of the members that lost their money, some of them have gotten sick from what they told us. Some of them cannot even meet their hospital bills. And Honorable Speaker, to make it a warning to the other members or other companies who are actually doing the same business, we must ensure that DCI interrogates or investigates into this matter thoroughly so that those who are culpable can be brought to book. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support as the motion went. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sitiane. I see you have a walking aid. I wish you quick recovery. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 07 of 2022 regarding probable loss of investments in site on high yield solution platform, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, subject to insertion of the following new recommendation number 4. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations undertakes thorough investigations on the matters listed hereunder within 90 days from the date of the adoption of the report. A, affairs of Saiton, particularly on the matters raised in this petition, and prefer criminal prosecution against any person found culpable. B, the relationship between officials of Saiton and the Capital Markets Authority between the period 2015 and 2021. C, the business dealings of 49 SPVs, including their assets and liabilities, if any. And D, the business dealings of Mr. Edwin Harold Diane Dande, including his assets and liabilities. B, renumbering paragraph 4, appearing on page 32 of the report as paragraph 5. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, second reading.
Chairperson, Select Committee on Delegated Legislation. Honorable Chepkonga.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th June 2023, pursuant to Standing Order number 127, 4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment that the committee considered and...
Honorable Chepkonga.
Yes.
You are very seasoned. I don't think you have started moving your bill properly.
I did.
All you need to do is to say, I beg to move, then read as it is, be read a second time. Then you embark on the trajectory that you appear to have taken.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think I ran into some jam because I didn't have the...
Yes.
I didn't have the...
You are very seasoned. I think you...
No, it's just that I lost out on the order paper.
Go ahead. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023 be now read a second time. If you don't have the order paper, I can lend you mine.
I don't have the order paper because I got the wrong one.
You got the wrong one?
I got the wrong order paper.
The clerk will lend you his order paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I had the correct order paper.
You had the wrong one.
I had the wrong one. Honorable Speaker.
And I hope you don't have the wrong notes also.
No. It is very likely I do, but I'm sure they are the right notes, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023 be read a second time.
Very good.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that also that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill.
There is no report to adopt, Honorable Chepkonga.
No, sorry,
you are moving the bill.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. There's no report before the House.
There was a report that we tabled, Mr. Speaker. I think
what did you have for lunch? You have the wrong notes.
I think I got the wrong things today. Mr. Speaker, sorry. So I think I was given the wrong notes, Mr. Speaker, but I have the bill. I will do with the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013 by seeking, Mr. Speaker, to introduce a new amendment under subclause 5 that requires all statutory or regulatory making bodies to submit to this House within 7 days every regulations that they have made that have not brought to this House. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted, and we have noted, Mr. Speaker, that there are so many regulations that have been made by those bodies that are expected to bring the regulations within 7 days as required by Section 11, but they have not brought them. And we have received some of them. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we do not have any powers to do anything with those regulations that are a nullity in themselves. So this amendment seeks to give power to the committee to require the regulatory making authorities to bring those regulations that are a nullity to the House, and so that the committee nullifies them and requires that the clerk publishes the nullification in at least 2 newspapers of national circulation. And so that in short, Mr. Speaker, there are just 2 short amendments that we are bringing to this House. And the import of it is to give teeth to the committee, to ensure that statutory making, those regulatory making bodies bring amendments, bring regulations to the House as required by Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the public need to be notified whenever we annul any regulations. We've been annulling a number of regulations, Mr. Speaker, and some of these regulatory making authorities do not even seek to notify the public that those regulations have been nullified or had been annulled. And so we want to require that the regulatory making authority publishes in two newspapers of national circulation the nullification by the committee. If they don't do so, Mr. Speaker, then the clerk of the National Assembly is required under the law to notify the public in two newspapers of national circulation. And so that basically, Mr. Speaker, are the amendments that we are seeking. Mr. Speaker, we have also noted that the Deputy Speaker has also sought to seek to amend the Statutory Instruments Act. And we will be proposing, Mr. Speaker, at the Committee of the House to move amendments so that we can carry those amendments, two amendments that have been proposed by the Deputy Speaker. And so we will be moving them in the third reading. And so with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, concerning these two short amendments, I would like to request the Vice Chair of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Honorable Kishimu, to second.
Honorable Kishimu. Give the honorable member mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the amendment to the Statutory Instruments Act. That is the Statutory Instrument Amendment Bill 2023. And Mr. Speaker, this matter has been raised before this House before, and the House seemed or happened not to have a way forward in case a statutory or a regulatory making body does not forward or table the statutory instrument or the regulations within the required period of 7 days. And that is why, as a committee, we retreated and we thought we need to give this House or the Parliament direction as to what happens if that is not done. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 94, sub-Article 6, the people of Kenya, through the Constitution, found it fit for Parliament, which has the sole authority to make law, to delegate that power to other bodies, because otherwise acts of Parliament would be very voluminous, and those statutory or those bodies can make regulations which also Parliament can be able to consider and approve, some through the Committee of Delegated Registration, and some are also required under the Act, the Statutory Instrument Act, to be brought to the plenary for the House to approve. Mr. Speaker, we've also noted as a committee that statutory instruments or regulations normally come into force, into operation upon publication. And we've thought that during the committee of the whole House, it's also going to introduce an amendment that statutory instruments or the regulations can only come into force after Parliament has already considered. Because a scenario would appear whereby a statutory instrument has already been published, but after consideration by the committee or Parliament, we find that they never followed the requisite law or the Constitution
or they are ultra vires, and we nullify them? What happens to the person who has already been prejudiced by that period when they were in operation? So we thought, because Parliament also acts with timelines, there is no statutory or regulatory making body that will be prejudiced by waiting for a month for the Parliament to consider the regulations and approve or annul them or guide them accordingly. So that is an amendment which we are also considering to make, and we urge this House to support the committee so that at least we don't have regulations which have serious ramifications being enforced and also later on being annulled. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing much to add. The chair has already expounded on every aspect, and I was only seconding and supporting him, and we urge this House to support the committee to make these amendments. It is for the good of the Kenyans, it is for the good of the House, and to give directions, and also to be able to give the House teeth where there is none, and especially where a statutory making body arbitrarily makes regulations. They leave them for the public consumption without the House having an input into them. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, before I propose the question, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Gramo Joy Primary School from Embakasi South in Nairobi on my behalf. And on your behalf, I welcome the students and their teachers to Parliament. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, be now read a second time. Yes, Gitonga Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, a very important bill, a very short one, but seeks to do fundamental amendments, which, as the movers of the bill have stated, have fundamental effect on what this House does. Many members of Parliament who are not lawyers would wonder what statutory instruments are, and especially when it comes to what ranking these instruments have in our hierarchy of laws. Statutory instruments are also known as the delegated legislation. It's also known as subsidiary legislation. This is legislation that flows from the acts of Parliament themselves, because in the penaltive sections of acts of Parliament, you will see the power donated to a body to make regulations under that act of Parliament. Those regulations are now what is known as statutory instruments, delegated legislation, or subsidiary legislation. Now, the proposed amendments are important in that what they seek to do is, if a body empowered by an act of Parliament to make regulations does make regulations but does not bring them to the House, the committee of this House, which is the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation, has the power to call for the tabling of those regulations within 7 days. And it's important to note that there is a default if they fail to do so. In as much as the new section, subsection 5, says that the instruments have to be submitted to Parliament, the correct position is that the instruments should be submitted to the National Assembly and not to Parliament. This is because where we make reference to Parliament, we are referring to the two houses of Parliament. As far as delegated legislation is concerned, it's a preserve of the National Assembly. When it comes to regulations made by the national government. Senate does not have any role to play in those regulations unless the regulations touch on counties. And therefore, it is important to make this provision that the submission is to be made to Parliament. What happens where a regulatory making body fails to submit the regulations to Parliament? In the cases we speak today, those regulations continue to be in force until the House recalls the regulations and announce them, if that is what is supposed to be done. Now, we have a new subsection 6, which will automatically render those regulations a nullity. And the committee will actually inform the public within a given period of time that these regulations that were made by this body and which have been in force are now a nullity. And this has to be done in 2 newspapers of wide circulation. This is to ensure that nobody exploits the mischief to try and implement regulations that are null and void. It's also important to note that the government and any other body that makes regulations will have to take it very seriously that when you make regulations, you must bring them to the House for ratification, failure to which they are null and void and are of no consequence. Therefore, this is a very important piece of legislation, and with the amendments that are proposed, and what I'm proposing, that we delete the word Parliament in sub-regulation 5 and make it National Assembly, then this should carry the day as proposed. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you. Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first thank the House Committee on Delegated Legislation for bringing this bill, which I support, Honorable Speaker, save that I would be proposing a few amendments to the very provisions proposed in the bill to make it work better. Honorable Speaker, delegated legislation, as called, whether you call them subsidiary or subordinate legislation, derive from the fact that under Article 94 of the Constitution, the legislative authority of the nation is granted to Parliament. And so the primary legislative authority is with Parliament. Parliament, in most cases, will legislate directly. In other cases, Honorable Speaker, Parliament will delegate that legislative authority to other bodies, especially within the executive. And the reasons for delegated legislation, Honorable Speaker, is that number one, Parliament deals with a myriad of issues. So as a House in charge of legislation and other roles under Article 95 and 96, in terms of the respective roles of the 2 houses, we seldom have time as Parliament to give all the details you need in a legislation for the good governance of the people. And so that, Honorable Speaker, you walk across virtually all bills, if not most of the bills we pass as Parliament, you will get provisions delegating the power to make laws, which is initially invested in Parliament, to various regulation-making authorities, whether in the executive or in other bodies performing administrative functions. At times, Honorable Speaker, we are also faced with paucity of time. At other times, Honorable Speaker, Parliament is said not just to lack time, but the expertise, technical expertise, which may be needed for expeditious implementation of the various laws we make. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, Parliament will bear with skeletal frameworks, but provide for rule-making authority in other in other bodies. Honorable Speaker, because Parliament is the delegate, Parliament must supervise the exercise of that authority. And this is the reason as to why I find this bill not only timely, but useful. Parliament, as the body in charge of delegation as mandated by the people and the Constitution, must always check to ensure that these various laws being generated by various regulation-making authorities on powers delegated or donated by Parliament, Honorable Speaker, are applied in a manner that is consistent with the law, in a manner that is consistent with the parent law, and in a manner that is in consonance with our values in terms of principles of governance. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore not acceptable, in my view, that a regulation-making authority can just make regulations and keep the regulations with themselves somewhere. Unlike parliamentary bills, which we have here, Honorable Speaker, every day. You know, bills, we go through the first reading, the whole citizenry will be informed there is a bill on this and this coming, including members of parliament. We go to public participation at the second stage, and of course they'll still be told this and this is coming, what are your views on it? Delegated legislation, Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, does not have that benefit. They are generated in executive offices and within the offices of the regulation-making authorities. We, as Parliament, enacted the Statutory Instruments Act. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank this Parliament and the membership who sit in that committee for electing my good friend, the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, to chair this committee this time. I know in the other Parliament we had Honorable Murugara, the Deputy Speaker herself chaired this committee on delegated legislation when times were favorable and good before changes occurred. I remember, Honorable Speaker, you had a very good friend we miss in the House who was a nominated MP, who was also very zealous about this matter. But we worked with Honorable Samuel Chepkonga in the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs before. And I can assure the House that when a committee chaired by Honorable Chepkonga, or Honorable Chepkonga as a person brings or proposes legislation to this House under his hand, it is something he has considered. I therefore support this because it does not just strengthen parliamentary supervision of the exercise of the power Parliament has delegated to those other bodies, which are proceeding with not much publicity in most of the times, which are proceeding without public participation most of the times, because it is only Parliament which is required to engage on that. This bill, Honorable Speaker, will secure that we have a leash on these bodies regulating authorities. And Honorable Speaker, when you look outside there, in fact, before this committee was enacted and the Statutory Instruments Act also got enacted, Honorable Speaker, there are just so many regulations, so many orders, so many rules, so many commissions, so many directives issuing outside there which fall within legislation and affect the governance of the people in terms of being part of the body of a law without notice. Honorable Speaker, that takes me therefore to clause 2 of the bill, and let me say something very briefly on them, having justified the need for the bill generally in terms of improvements which need to be made. Honorable Speaker, at subsection 5, it says that the committee shall require regulation-making authority. Honorable Speaker, I find this to be superfluous. If not superfluous, I find it to be redundant. And I'm sorry to use the latter word. Superfluous because this Parliament, either as a House or through its committees, already is mandated by Article 125 of the Constitution to require anybody that is under its charge, whether in the plenary as a House or as a committee, to submit and to do whatever the House will do. And in those rare cases which fall under Article 125, Honorable Speaker, you have situations where Parliament can even summon these bodies. So I don't think it adds anything, I may be corrected, when we say the committee shall require. The committee already has the capacity in law, is empowered in law to require if they are minded to do so. And so I don't see the value of this provision unless in continuing deliberations and debate, it will be explained that this is going to add. Honorable Speaker, at the proposed 2.6, it is being proposed that if there is failure, then the committee will publish in 2 newspapers of wide circulation a notice confirming that, of course, the regulations that they are dealing with in this context no longer has effect. Honorable Speaker, two or three issues. Number one, these delegated legislations are laws, save that they are made on delegated authority. As a matter of parliamentary practice, only laws which are already made are published, and they are published in the Gazette. You don't publish law which has been nullified. And even if or where you were to publish rejection, and I ask Honorable Chepkonga to get me on this, because I want to support, but allowing him to improve. Whether you publish rejection or revocation or annulment of a law, or the existence of a law, the document for that publication is not the newspaper, but the government printers, the Kenya Gazette. So I would be requesting Honorable Chepkonga that the fact of nullification, revocation, or rejection of a statutory instrument, and I would beg this be implemented, goes to having that fact published, not even the entire body of regulations, but just within the Gazette notice indicating, because it is the only official public gazette, you indicate such and such regulations promulgated by such regulation-making authority has been revoked for the area of law to be cleansed. And I believe that would be neater. Number two, Honorable Chepkonga and the members, I think it will save costs on.
Don't have a mic? Okay, there it is. The Honorable Member from Bear North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this amendment, Madam Speaker. I sit on Committee of Delegated and Registration. And Madam Speaker, we have seen quite a number of regulations coming to the committee. And I can tell this House, without missing ones, that in this country we have serious cartels which come through regulations. And more so, there is a regulation which we annulled, which was proposed by the Minister of Education. If such a regulation was to be put into effect, Madam Speaker, a lot of chaos within the sector of higher education will be witnessed in this country. It's extremely important, this amendment, to be supported, Madam Speaker, because the scrutiny of the members here who speaks and who works on behalf of the people of the Republic of Kenya, the interests of the people must be well taken care of. We have some crooks within the ministries, those who would want to make laws using the back door. We must take care of such kind of individuals. Laws which mostly want to benefit themselves. Because, Madam Speaker, there is no reason whatsoever why a regulation should pass in this House or should be made by technocrats in different ministries. For instance, ensuring that the private universities get funds from public coffers. Ensuring that if an institution does not have more than 50 acres of land, cannot qualify to be an institution of higher learning. So by this amendment, we will ensure only well-thought regulations will be able to pass and will be able to regulate how the people of the Republic of Kenya or how the institutions in the Republic of Kenya operates. This is a very well considered and well thought amendment, Madam Speaker, so that we can align everything and operations of different institutions. The other time we witnessed, Madam Speaker, a regulation which was enforced by the Central Bank of Kenya, that withdrawing 1 million Kenya shilling is a problem. And I'm sure that regulation never was not discussed in this House. So Kenyans have gone through difficult times. Kenyans have gone through inconveniences because of a few people in our ministries who have been entrusted this responsibility, and some of these responsibilities are so sacred, but they don't take those responsibilities seriously. It is therefore very important, Madam Speaker, we consider this amendment proposed by the chair of the Delegated Committee, or proposed by the Committee of Delegated Registration, so that we streamline the way laws are developed and the way laws are taken out there to be consumed or to regulate our society. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Tinderet, Honourable Julius Melly. Can you just give me my mic to control by myself? Okay, thank you. Okay, he put the intervention button and left. The Honourable Member for Ruiru. Honourable Simon Kingara. Again, he's absent. The Honourable Member for Mwingi West, Charles Ngusia. The Honourable Jerry Minor? No? Yeah. Okay, you're there. You're not speaking on this one? Okay. The Honourable Catherine Omayo, Member for Busia.
I just arrived. Give me 10 minutes.
Whoever wants to contribute to this particular topic, press the intervention button. Okay, now there you go. The Honourable Member for Tiati. Honourable William Kamket.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Madam Speaker, I believe that this bill is timely, it's long overdue. As a former member and chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, I speak, Madam Speaker, with the benefit of hindsight. That, Madam Speaker, when I was a member of that committee and a chairperson, we almost became the committee of annulments. We were almost being referred to as the committee of annulments. Because, Madam Speaker, at every time statutory instruments were referred to the committee, the membership of the committee, in their wisdom, found out that most of the issues in the regulations were either against the Constitution, ultra vires the Constitution, or illegal outrightly. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, we had no choice but to annul those regulations. But as earlier spoken by a member, Mr. Speaker, we had to do that when Kenyans had already suffered a lot of damages. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it is long overdue that this House takes charge of its constitutional duty by supervising the delegation of lawmaking to those entities to ensure that, Madam Speaker, every other statutory instrument, in whatever form they come, has the full force of the law, has undergone thorough public participation, which is the major issue as we annul those regulations. Most of those statutory instruments, statutory making bodies, always, because they knew what they were doing, ensured that they never undertook public participation. So, Madam Speaker, this, by the introduction of this bill, Parliament shall regain its full authority as the only body recognized by the Constitution that has the authority to make law. So with those remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honourable Member for Funyula, Honourable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I stand to comment on this proposed amendment to Social Instrument Bill Act, and I do so, Honourable Speaker, being a former member of the committee, and truly your chairmanship, as well as the chairmanship of CAMCET, and that committee also had Sir George, had Mr. Honourable Gishimo, and the Speaker's panel, Martha Wangari. Honourable Speaker, this is an area we have grappled with for many, many years during the 12th Parliament on how to enforce or how to entrench the role of Parliament in statutory instruments. Honourable Speaker, there had been this feeling all over the statutory making authorities, regulatory making authorities, that delegated legislation or statutory instruments are not necessarily a law as is envisaged in the Constitution. And I think with the passing of this act as then in the 11th Parliament, and this amendment, I see a very clear signal is being sent to government ministries, to constitutional bodies, that regulations or subsidiary regulations are as good as the law. However, Honourable Speaker, the amendments are well-intentioned, and I hope the chairman is listening. The amendments are well-intentioned, might not be strong enough, might not be direct enough to cure the problem we have grappled with. Honourable Speaker, even the parent act is expressly clear that a statutory instrument that's required to be laid before Parliament, if not laid before Parliament, it has no legal effect. And that I'll refer to them to clause 11, section 11(4), that clearly says, in such an instrument shall cease to have effect immediately after the last day for it to be laid, to be so laid, but without prejudice to any act done and the statutory instrument before it became void. Probably the point of departure, or the most important aspect of amendment I would have thought they would have moved, is to delete that last part of the, clause 4, subclause section 4, section 11(4), that makes it that there was legal consequences, legal approval during the period before it's laid on the floor of the House. That's where probably the rain started beating us. That's where the major amendments needs to focus on. And I want to request the Vice Chair, we sat with you, you remember how we went through it. That's where the crux of the amendments need to be directed to. Honourable Speaker, the committee, any committee of the House, makes laws or reviews. It does any acts as delegated authority of the floor of the House. So therefore, Honourable Speaker, allowing the committee to usurp the role of Parliament might seem to be unprocedural and might be unconstitutional. That's why the committee of the whole House, reference should be removed, reference to the committee and reference to Parliament. Honourable Speaker, indeed, it's a requirement that any regulations as stated in the Constitution and even the respective act cannot have a full force of law unless it's passed by the parliament. Again, as my colleague Honorable Kaluma has said, a regulatory authority or a regulation is a law. And where do we publish laws? We publish laws in the Kenya Gazette. We debate here and publish laws in the Kenya Gazette. And again, as he has mentioned, a law that has not been passed by parliament is no law. So there's no really any need to again and go and publish in a newspaper that a law has not been passed. What are we saying? Are we saying that we have got a rogue executive? Are we saying that we have got a rogue regulatory making authority? Are we saying we have got a rogue state departments that will proceed to implement and enforce a regulation that is not law? Enforce or attempt to implement any legislative proposal that is not law. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, it will be superfluous and a waste of time to again publish in the newspapers that a law has been annulled. I know truly you as the Speaker, you have an amendment concerning regulatory authority regulations that have expired. This is where probably we need to put in place that once it expires naturally. Any authority, any state organ that continues to implement an expired law is contravening the Constitution, is illegal, and is actually unfair to the people of Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, as the amendments are well-intentioned, truly well-intentioned, I would ask the committee to retreat, relook at them afresh, consult widely, let us make the case more neater, more tighter, to avoid a situation where, Honorable Speaker, we pass a law that does not solve the problem that we are intending to solve. Because many of these bills that we pass here that become an act of parliament are actually put meat into it that are implemented through regulations, rules, and the like of those things. So we must tighten the process very clearly that we do not subject typical Kenyans to suffering those who do not understand. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support, but I request, and we will move amendments at the Committee of the Whole House to attend to the shortcomings of the proposed amendment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Butula, Joseph Oyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this very important amendment. Honorable Speaker, regulations are made mainly by the executive arm of the government, and they are meant to support the existing acts. The acts are parliamentary acts which have the authority. The law only allows Parliament to come up with the acts. So if the regulations are derived from these acts by the executive, it's only fair, Madam Speaker, that these regulations are submitted to Parliament for approval or ratification. So any regulations that has been made by the executive without passing through the National Assembly should be considered as null and void. Madam Speaker, we have gone through a lot of pains, particularly from the Central Bank of Kenya, where regulations have been made which have been very punitive to the ordinary mwananchi. But Central Bank could not bring those regulations to Parliament to ratify. So it is important that now, if this amendment goes through, and it should be made very clear that any regulations that have not been cleared by Parliament should not be allowed to be applied by the various executive arms. So, Madam Speaker, I strongly support this amendment and ask the committee concerned to ensure that any improvements to this amendment if need be, should be made so that it becomes tight for any executive arm of government to come up with regulations that will be punitive to the ordinary mwananchi and which have no force of law. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support this amendment and ask the committee to go further and make sure that the bill is watertight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your south. Is it possible for me to manage my own mic? Is it possible for me to manage my own mic? Because you seem to be doing it, or is it damaged? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the amendment by Honorable Chepkonga and the Committee of the Delegated Legislation. I must also say that I'm a member of that committee. And Madam Speaker, I start by defining what is this statutory instrument. According to Statutory Act of 2013, it defines the statutory instrument as any rule, any order, any regulation, any direction, any form or tariff of costs or fees, warrant, proclamation, by law, resolution, guideline, or any other statutory instrument made or established in the execution of a power conferred by the Act of Parliament. Madam Speaker, we have the Constitution of Kenya. After the Constitution, we have the Acts of Parliament. But not everything will be covered by the Acts of Parliament. What remains is what the law allows that the executive can come up through the ministers or the cabinet secretaries through the regulations. But now, as per the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, there is a laid down procedure for this to happen. You must do public participation. You must establish an impact assessment on the same. But what we are seeing now is the abuse of the same. People come up with regulations, they don't bring it to Parliament, and they make it to be law. So, to check on this abuse, I support the amendment so that if a cabinet secretary comes up with a regulation, or any body that comes with a regulation, if they don't bring those regulations within the 7 days to this house, because the only body which is allowed to make laws is Parliament. If it does not come to the Committee of Delegated Legislation, and it is not brought to this house, those regulations are deemed to be null and void. So it is upon these regulation-making bodies to make sure that within the 7 days, they come up after they publish in the Kenya Gazette, they bring those regulations to this house, and if they don't do so, it is annulled by the house through a Kenya Gazette. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Yatta, Honorable Robert Bazil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise to support this motion by the delegated authority. Under Article 94B of the Constitution, Parliament is the only body given the authority to make laws. So any other body purporting to make laws is null and void. So I fully support these amendments, and we need to be really careful so that we don't lose our function as members of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kinangop, Honorable Thuku Kwenya. Honorable Member for Tinderet, you'll wait because you've gone to the bottom of the list. Let's finish with the people who are here. Proceed, Member for Kinangop is not available. Okay, the Honorable Julius Ruto. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to give my voice to this intended amendment on Statutory Instruments Act. And Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to state that Delegated simply means that you are ceding part of your power to a third party. And when you delegate, it is expected of you to supervise and to give an okay to whatever it is you delegated, whatever it is to the other party. And Madam Speaker, it is of interest that when Parliament delegates, we do not get an opportunity to look back and to see what it is that we ask the other party to do, and especially now on this matter, where we allow executive to legislate to the extent that now they publish before the same is brought to the House for ratification. And Madam Speaker, as the prior speakers have stated, it cannot be law until it is brought to this House, because it's only this House that is mandated by the Constitution to make laws. Madam Speaker, it has given me a lot of trouble to imagine that we have laws, also to say purported laws, that are being implemented and even cited in courts of law that never saw the light of this House. But anyway, they became law because they were published. And therefore, this amendment would not have come at a better time. Madam Speaker, I would wish that the Committee on Delegated maybe should look deeper to maybe further amendments, and especially to the issue whereby the executive legislates, the same law regulations are brought to this committee for consideration, and after the Committee on Delegated Legislation okays these regulations, they are published without getting to the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, it's my considered opinion that even if regulations pass, or they are passed by the Delegated Registration Committee, they be brought to this House for ratification, just like we do with treaties and conventions, so that then they have the force of the National Assembly and Parliament as it is envisaged in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, you realize that the only time that regulations regulations are brought to this House is when Delegated Legislation Committee feels that they should be done away with. In fact, that is self-defeating, because they bring the regulations to the House for annulment, as opposed to the fact that they should be brought to the House for enforcement and to get the power of the National Assembly. I wish to support the amendment, and wish that the same committee does a more better job by making sure that we do not place the horse before the cart. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kesses, Honourable Julius Ruto.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity. First of all, I stand to support the amendment by Chepkonga, and to take this moment to congratulate my senior Chepkonga, being a seasoned lawyer and a seasoned politician, leading a very important committee on ensuring that we have a regulatory framework in the Republic of Kenya that suits the intention, that suits the spirit of the Constitution. Article 1 of the Constitution that discusses the powers belongs to the citizens, and it can be exercised through people's representation. And in this case, Madam Speaker, looking at what has been happening, especially on the regulatory framework system, the people who have been endowed with delegated powers to make these particular regulations, well, looking at the real intention of the law as to why it allowed that, the statutory instruments law, is that an intention of ensuring it facilitates faster establishment of legal framework that supports the coexistence of people's social needs of the people, or given specific operationalization of a given law. However, looking from the practice at the moment, most of these persons who have been endowed with this power have come up with certain regulations at times. If you look at them, service some specific interest. Some of them have gone to an extent of harassing, an extent of extorting, an extent of intimidating, an extent of even reversing the original spirit of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, this amendment seeks to reverse back the power of the people to where it belongs through the people's representative. And therefore, I stand to support this particular amendment, and to say that each and every regulatory body that has been given powers to make regulations should seek to reflect what does the law says, what does the Constitution say. And the right people and the right place for this one, for this reflection, is nowhere else other than the House, the Legislative House and arm of the government, which is this particular national parliament. Madam Speaker, I also seek to that this particular amendment again should go further than beyond the national government as it is here. Also going back to the county governments, we will appreciate that most regulations passed by county governments has been harassing members of public, especially on the business practice. It has been inhibiting expansion of business, but rather seeks to extort and infringe the space of doing business because of constant regulation, over-regulation, serving specific purpose of pressing people, of seeking to mine even to the lesser people who needs to be supported. Laws are meant to support, laws are meant to encourage, laws are meant to cultivate, laws are meant to create that environment that brings about coexistence. But rather regulations that we are seeing nowadays, especially at county government has been used and misused to the extent that people have suffered much than the intention of the law of encouraging an enabling environment to traverse well. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity and to support this amendment and to say time has come that Parliament needs to take its space. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tinderet, Member for Honourable Julius Melly, and that's the last one on the intervention button. So any member who wants to contribute to this, kindly press the intervention button. Member for Mwingi West, I've seen
Thank you.
Popped up. Please press your intervention button.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the amendment by the Committee on Delegated Legislation. And this amendment is quite very important. It is an amendment that is administrative. Madam Speaker, this House is actually mandated by the Constitution to be the law-making arm of government. It legislates. But however, this House also delegates powers through the Statutory Instrument Act to other government agencies, bodies, to make regulations, to give orders, and to also make laws that should always be ratified by the House. But it has come to the attention of this House severally, Madam Speaker, that certain government agencies and institutions make regulations knowing very well that it cannot be implemented without the authority of the House. They bypass that and actually publish it and order the citizens and the public to follow those regulations without even going through the relevant departmental committee that oversights that particular government agency or institution. As if that's not enough, they also do not take their regulations through the Committee on Delegated Legislation. This one actually has brought a number of some of the regulations are even not in tandem with the law. That's why by bringing these two amendments, it is actually going to rein in on rogue government agencies and institutions that are at times bring regulations that actually inhibit even the developments that are necessary in this country. Two, Madam Speaker, at times government agencies also, at times statutory institutions or bodies develop regulations, and after having developed them, they actually put them on the drawer. The public is not aware of them. The public, and yet they expect the public to know this. This particular amendment is actually making it compulsory and a requirement that any statutory instrument be made public, be circulated, and any institution that does not follow the law, all that they publish are actually a nullity. And I want to thank the wisdom of delegated legislation because this is actually reining in on institutions that have all the time been actually effecting laws that are illegal. A case in point is the central bank. The other day we actually annulled the university's regulations. So many regulations are being implemented in this country, and yet they lack full swallow of the law because before they are implemented, they are supposed to come to the delegated legislation, the oversight departmental committee, and to the House to actually ratify them. So the fact that they have been implementing them is actually illegal, and the officers who actually do this need to be surcharged. And I want to ask the delegated legislation, when we are at the committee of the whole, of the committee of the House, we actually have to insert that institutions that go ahead and implement regulations which contravenes the laid down procedure on how these regulations are supposed to be taken through are supposed to be surcharged, they are supposed to be punished, and those particular regulations become null and void. I support this particular very important amendment, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Do we have the Honorable Mwangi Kiunjuri MP for Laikipia East? Not in the House. The Honorable Gikaria MP for... is there? Yes, I want him to talk because as a minister, he used to make some of these regulations. So give him the mic.
I'm in the House, but I would rather step down so that I can second the next motion.
Okay. Oh, yeah, thank you. The Honorable, where is Honorable Gikaria? Your card appears to have a problem. Yeah, but give Honorable Gikaria to make his contributions.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support. You know, Honorable Speaker, this amendment which has been brought, the Statutory Instrument Amendment Bill 2023, which has been brought by the chair of the delegated legislation. Honorable Speaker, sometimes it becomes very difficult for us to contribute after seasoned lawyers like you have contributed. And given all the facts that we had in mind, it's like you picked. You know, I was listening to you, Honorable Speaker, when you are contributing, and I totally agree with you, Honorable Speaker, that if the only document that becomes lawful is the Kenya Gazette, then a newspaper that has a nationwide circulation is of no effect. And I totally agree with you, Honorable Speaker, that the laws that are supposed to be done in this House, we must protect the functions of Parliament under Article 94, and it is important that Parliament, being the only body that makes law, be given that responsibility. And sometimes when you now have to say that you know, like myself, I can't see any penalty for a person who publishes regulations which have not gotten the nod or approval of Parliament, just walks scot-free after Parliament has now comes and declares that regulation null and void. Honorable Speaker, the worst that came to us was the central bank that was given by the central bank governor on matters to do with banking regulations, that you cannot withdraw unless you start. And I totally agree, Honorable Speaker, that Parliament is the only body that is supposed to, and I totally agree, sometimes it is important for us as we make laws not to demean the powers and the existing law. Because as much as anybody would want to make a law, particularly these the other executive arm of the government, maybe be it a cabinet secretary or, and I remember the other day we were just making some laws. And the cabinet secretary now tells us, no, you know, I'm bringing some regulations that you have to wait once you have passed your law. Don't effect the law until I bring the regulations. And you know, the Honorable Speaker, there is an act of Parliament which was never came into force. Just because there are somebody who put a cap that you cannot operationalize that act and until a regulations has been brought. So I totally agree with you, Honorable Speaker, and it's good. We learn from the best what you have said and the contribution that you gave. In fact, we are just repeating, so I beg to support, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair, Committee in charge of environment. In fact, in your sector, there are so many regulations, and I'm happy at your contribution in the matter. The Honorable Charles Ngusia, MP for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Indeed, let me take this opportunity to congratulate and thank the Committee of Delegated Legislation for coming up with this very important, memorandum in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, let us note that we are the people, and we represent people in this country. And any decision that is made for the people to benefit must actually come through us and through consultative process, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying this because some of these government agencies have come up with very infamous laws and bylaws, Mr. Speaker. And you find that the cry always comes through Parliament, and most of them, Kenyans end up actually bearing with them without necessarily benefiting from them, Mr. Speaker. That is why I'm emphasizing it is very important, because by doing so, we are creating awareness to our people, what law it's meant for us and what benefit we are supposed. Even by doing so, we are going to strengthen some of these important laws our government agencies have been actually making. And by bringing it here, we can even propose more ideas to them, Mr. Speaker. Without laboring so much, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support, because even by discussing it through the floor of the House and the House of the Representatives, Mr. Speaker, it is going to eliminate some of the weaknesses we have been seeing with these bylaws. And Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I fully support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charles Ngusia. Do we have the Honorable John Mutungwa?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable John Mutunga, you must be assured immediately you are done, the Deputy Speaker will be contributing to this matter.
Okay.
So be as concise and to the point as much as possible.
That is quite okay, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say a few things. Honorable Speaker, it is wrong for the CSS to be left alone to do regulations. It is extremely wrong because regulations are supposed to implement the existing laws. In some cases, you realize that even before the law is changed, some CSS will definitely come up with regulations, like we witnessed in the agricultural sector last year. In July last year, a set of coffee regulations was gazetted, and people started using these regulations. Unfortunately, these regulations enhanced those people who were out to destroy the sector. So we had to work extremely hard when we came in this time to have those regulations withdrawn, because they had already misled or misdirected the sector. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to secure that loophole. My understanding of how things work is that the Constitution is interpreted through law, and law is interpreted and implemented through the regulations. And whenever we are making any law, we are referring to the extent to which regulations should be interpreted so that they can effectively implement this particular law or elaborate the law for the users. When we have omission, or rather omission of this House, in terms of when this House is avoided from looking at the regulations, it gives us problems. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, there is also a serious omission that we need to see how we can plug it up. And I would like maybe the Committee on Delegated Legislation to think through it. Either to be co-opting technical committee members when they are discussing regulations of a certain sector, or to have the regulations looked through by a technical committee for them to be sure that they have effectively captured all the details in a specific legislation, so that we do not have loopholes. Because sometimes a Committee on Delegated Legislation will look through the regulations, and then there are some issues that probably may be omitted. So we need to have that particular loophole sealed. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is that when we come up with regulations, sometimes regulations, the levels of comprehensiveness of these regulations is doubtful. We do not have sufficient capture of what is supposed to be done. And this is because of avoidance of following the actual route. Sometimes they may lead to us to doing the wrong things. And because we understand sometimes, like some regulations have been enforced for 3 years or so, which have been specifying the wrong things and misleading Kenyans, and they are making Kenyans not achieve their objectives. So it is important for this House to debate the regulations so that we can be sure the correct version of regulations is one enforced, and therefore the correct law is being interpreted and the correct thing is done. So amendment of this particular, the instrument is key, and I do support that amendment, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, MP for Washingishu County and my former teacher.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That's my claim to fame, that I taught some clever people, including yourself. Yes, he was one of the good students. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to be able to lend my voice to this very, very important bill, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill of 2023. Like has earlier been said by Honorable Chepkonga, Chairperson for the Delegated Legislation Committee, is that I had a similar bill, but we have merged it so that we can be able to prosecute one bill. Honorable Speaker, as I speak here, I speak not only as someone who was previously chairperson for the 12th Parliament Committee on Delegated Legislation, but also as a total public servant, having served in all 3 arms of government. Honorable Speaker, my experience has been, there's been many challenges relating to the Statutory Instruments Act. The reason has been that it had loopholes that has lent itself to abuse by various members of the executive, that they could actually pass legislation through the back door. Previously, the law allowed a situation where a cabinet secretary or a statutory institution could publish regulations in the Kenya Gazette, submit them to the clerk of the National Assembly within 7 days. And while it was pending in the Committee of Delegated Legislation for 28 days, the regulations would take effect, and Kenyans would start having to abide by them. If they were to pay any penalties, they would start paying them. In the meantime, the committee would be considering that particular regulation. And usually, by the time that the regulation would be annulled in the committee and by the House, it would have already caused irreparable harm and damage to Kenyans. At that time, the mischief was that these particular institutions and ministries would actually bring it on such a time, because at that time we were counting 28 calendar days. We then amended this instrument, this act, to say that it's 28 sitting days, so that it could protect us from mischief at the time when we were on recess. Because we found that the ministries were publishing the regulations while we were on recess. And by the time we came back, we had 3 days left, and the law that time permitted that they take effect if we don't act. So by omission, they would actually end up, ministers would become more powerful than Parliament. Even after we made that change, they discovered, and I can give you examples of the ones that happened. I still remember the regulations banning seizure were passed when we were on Christmas recess. And by the time we came back in January, they had taken effect. But at that time, they were not being done for the good of getting rid of a harmful product in the market. It was going to Christmas, and they wanted to boost the sales of cigarette companies and certain alcohol companies. So they were serving private interests, not public interest. Another example I can give you that was done, again, to serve private people was the ban of the one-use plastic in our supermarkets. Many people did not notice it, but the mischief was they would do it when we were on recess. They did it when we were on recess. And they published that I remember it was the Ministry of Environment at that time. And they published the banning of those particular plastics, which was a good thing on the face of it. But the story behind the story was they already had their own friends who bought the alternative bags and had them waiting at the port. That's why you should ask yourself as Kenyans, how is it that plastic was banned today and tomorrow we went to the supermarket and there was a new type of paper bag and carrier bag? Because it was a business. So in fact, I'm asking Honorable Chepkonga, as the sitting chairperson of the Delegated Committee, to completely continue interrogating this particular Statutory Instruments Act and don't get tired of bringing amendment after amendment to this House as and when you discover a new mischief and a new loophole. Another example I can give you is by the mischievous chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Ms. Lynn Mengich. She waited again when members of parliament had already gone to recess for elections. Then she publishes something in the Kenya Gazette when we had no power to come back to the House to interrogate what she had done. That must stop. Let us send a very clear message to the ministers and state corporations that we are watching, and Parliament will not allow this to happen. I know another existing mischief that was there is that usually, I know that I used to be called the Committee of Annulment, because the only time we came to the House is when the law required us only to come to the House when we were annulling a regulation. But actually, we approved 70% of the regulations. But 30% that were for annulment had to come to the House. But now I'm glad that under this amendment, the committee will have to every 3 months, quarterly, or every 3 months, bring a list and report to the House those particular pieces of regulation that they have approved, so that the entire House, which is the one that has the substantive legislative making power and mandate under the Constitution, can be kept abreast of the goings-on on those issues. Another issue was the issue, lastly, the issue of what was defined as public participation. I know we brought in amendments and we began to define what is public participation. Is it calling a few of your friends in a room and like-minded people, and then you resign for us and tell the committee, oh, we have undertaken public participation? We said public participation must be relevant stakeholders. Not everybody in the world, but at least relevant stakeholders. And now we saw the mischief that went on recently with the regulations around the education sector, where publications were being made from the ministry. Now we must also put it in there, or it's not even there, it's common sense, that if the minister is publishing regulations that touch on the education sector, then the committee on education in Parliament is a relevant stakeholder, and they must be invited as part of public participation. After all, they are the ones who vote money to that particular entity. And lastly, sorry, I forgot one more point. I know that there had been a suggestion, but Honorable Chepkonga has told me that he's willing to amend it, where there was the amendment saying that where a law has since been nullified, it should be published in the newspapers to notify members of the public. But we know that the official communication and publication for government is the Kenya Gazette, because this can also be a money-making thing for the rogue newspapers that we already have. So, and we'll also be spending a lot of unavailable government resources. For that, I beg to support with those few interventions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hope Honorable Owen Bayer now knows you can only be good if you learn from the best. Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And maybe from where we left, where we know you are an accomplished lawyer, and you know who your lecturer is, the legendary Boss Cholet. There has been a very ongoing debate on Twitter about this lawyer called Brian, who has won 24 out of 26 cases in court, only for law in 1 year. Only for the Law Society of Kenya to realize the guy has never gone to law school, he's not a practicing lawyer, and it has really elicited the international debate. I was seeing, I think it is on the Daily Mail in UK, you know, actually talking about the fake lawyer who won 24 cases. And the comments there are very hilarious. They were saying that he should first of all represent himself in that court case and win his own court case against his fake certificate. But maybe my advice, Atuoli weighed in and said the Law Society of Kenya should realize prior learning and just admit him. But maybe because we may not be able to change the law to accommodate him, I think I would encourage him to enroll to law school. With his brilliance, I know he will be able to do that in a very few years. But this really tells us the opportunities that some Kenyans miss just because they did not go to a class. And that does not necessarily mean that they are not intelligent. And that's why, although I pride myself in being an A student, I usually say that passing exams is not a measure of intelligence. And Brian is a very good example of that. In fact, one of the people was saying that all the qualified lawyers who lost the cases against Brian should all be deregistered, because how do you lose a case against, but that's on a light note, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this statutory amendments bill. Honorable Speaker, Article 94.
Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Yeah.
You know, cases are not won because of who the lawyer is, but because of what the law says to a set of facts. So that gentleman you are talking about could just have been on the right side of facts. But number two, if you spoke with Honorable Chepkonga, who is a senior counsel in my own estimation, and I think he should be made one formally because substantively is, he would tell you that great lawyers, you know, like Paul Muite, never went to the university. We had what we called articled clerkship. If you associated with law for some time to a level that you can speak, we would take you through the process of certification to become an advocate. But that is a by the way. To say you are right, and those who are saying he breached the law are also right. Let us see how it goes.
Law is not my forte, so if you're talking about accounting, I will make a good contribution to it. But anyway, he won all his cases. Whether it is a statement of fact, then he must be very lucky then, you know, to be on the right side of the cases, to keep winning them. I may not ask how many you won when you are practicing lawyer, Honorable Kaluma. I don't want to spur a bad motive on you. But back to the discussion on statutory instruments. Article 94 of our Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, my very good friend, the Honorable Kimani, alleges that you have not won any case. Mr. Speaker, he needs to be informed.
And he's intentionally doing that because in fact, he knows the Speaker cannot defend himself.
Absolutely. And in fact, he's saying that within my precincts, Mr. Speaker. And he knows that courtesy of you, we won the NGCDF Act recently. That in fact, you would not be having that fund if it was not because of you. because of your technical acumen.
Thank you, Honorable Chepkonga. Honorable Kuria also knows that even his car grant had gone until I intervened. So, Honorable Kimani Kuria, proceed. He was speaking about, out of on the sides.
Yes, that was on a light note. I know you know that you are one of the great minds, legal minds I respect a lot in this parliament, and you make very good contributions. Whether it is, and then I don't have any GCDF funds, just to let the chair of JLAC here, of Delegated Legislation here know, I'm only a patron to the GCDF in my constituency, but it's not my fund at all. But I appreciate that at least you put your effort to make sure that that fund that goes to really support those needy families in our constituency, whether it's through bursary, whether it is renovating our schools, whether it is, for example, in Molo now, 98% of our schools now have equipped science laboratories. What we are doing with the JSS, but that was not a discussion, the courtesy of this fund. So Article 94, Honorable Speaker of our Constitution, gives power to Parliament to legislate. And this power to make laws is only given out of the three arms of government to Parliament. But Parliament, in generosity, donates part of this power to executive now to make policies and regulations. But executive should not take that for granted. They're just holding that power delegated to it by Parliament. And what discussions this afternoon has gone in, what most people have said is that the executive has taken this for granted, and they're using this as a backdoor to make laws on behalf of Parliament. I want to check some of the for example, the state departments or institutions under the Finance and National Planning Committee, whether there's a Central Bank of Kenya, whether there's a Kenya Deposit Protection Authority, whether it's a Capital Markets Authority. From here, I would really want to check whether their policies and guidelines and regulations are actually up to date in terms of their tabling them. A few months ago, I think it was a few months ago, someone met on the streets and said to me, "No, you increased taxes again." Then I asked, "What taxes did I increase?" And he said, "It's some excise duty or something," only to come here and be told it went to delegated legislation as a regulation. And so you realize even the power to tax, which is, again, the Constitution talks about there cannot be taxation without representation. And the representation cannot be done by anyone else apart from elected members of Parliament. So you find that even Kenya Revenue Authority is using backdoor to increase taxes to Kenya through those regulations, knowing that when they go, they talk on the streets, again, not to speak ill of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, but they talk on the streets, when you want to pass something through a departmental committee and you realize it is difficult, take it through a regulation or through a policy through Committee on Delegated Legislation. And I can understand the Committee on Delegated Legislation has to deal with matters across all sectors, whether it is health, whether it is finance, whether it is transport. And for sure, you cannot have human beings that would have that capacity to interpret, to understand, and to make good, wise decisions on all subjects. And that's why the wisdom of, for example, of Parliament has departmental committees. Like this, all matters to do with finance go to Departmental Committee on Finance. Let all those matters to do with health go to Committee on Health. Let those on roads go to roads. Let those on energy go to energy. So that even those members can take their time to understand those sectors. And because these are sectors they would interact with every day in their role of oversight, then they have a capacity, they have an understanding, they get to gain an expertise on that particular field. But if now you have all this going to one committee, surely you will setting up people to fail, and you're setting up a system that will for sure not work. So I really support this, and I'm really hoping that the Committee on Delegated Legislation will insist that any regulations that will go to their committee will have to have had public participation with the respective departmental committee. so that if there are matters of related to finance actually come to the Independent Committee of Finance, and if they are for whichever other committee, then handled by that particular committee, Honorable Speaker. And that I beg to support.
Sharp Chair has just lamented about the powers of the Committee on Delegated Legislation in being in charge of Parliament, and that is the Chair of Finance Committee, which is also dealing with those other aspects. Controversial questions, of course. The Honorable John Waluke.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, to give me a chance also to contribute on this very important.
And Honorable Waluke, yours would be the last contribution on this bill according to the request I'm seeing here. And so the mover should be preparing to reply, because I'm not seeing any more interest. Unless that power corner, that power corner headed by Honorable Ndindi Nyoro and Honorable George, could you be interested in speaking to this FP? Is FP keen to speak on this so that I may know? And there is only one FP. I wanted to know whether there is interest after Honorable John Waluke, because we have other business to transact. Only Honorable Jematia after that. Thank you very much. Honorable John Waluke, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this very important amendment. And I want to thank the chair of the committee and the committee for bringing up this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the executives, I don't know where they got their mandate to publish what they have been publishing through backdoor, Honorable Speaker, because the Kenyan people in the Constitution allowed only Parliament to make laws of this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some sections that have been published by the executives, I want to thank the Honorable Chepkonga for having noted them. And those sections, Honorable Speaker, should be brought to this House, Honorable Speaker, to quash them one by one, because they don't have the mandate of publishing any laws, because they are not the lawmakers of this country, Madam Speaker. It is only Parliament that is allowed to make laws and publish. So, Honorable Speaker, it is time now for other officers, either the ministers or the CEOs in their various institutions, Honorable Speaker, to be warned. And we are sending a very strong warning to them, Honorable Speaker, and telling them that they will not go scot-free by making mistakes that can affect this country, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, we want this House to be steadfast, and nobody should play games with Parliament, Honorable Speaker, because we are going to take a very harsh measures to that person. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable John Waluke. Honorable Florence Jematia, the MP for Baringo County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take the opportunity to wade into this debate. And I must say that my colleagues have mostly commented on most of the things. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, once a regulation is consumed in public as law, it doesn't matter whether Parliament approved it, because this has been a trend in Kenya where the executive takes advantage of their mandate and abuse it by not bringing most of the statutory instruments, Act, especially Act of 2013, to the floor of the House for proper legislation. And this way, it has costed most of the Kenyan in their day-to-day activities. As Honorable Deputy Speaker puts it very well, especially areas of interest, like cigarettes, consumable goods, where public interest is, or private interest is mad with, regulation within corporations or in the ministries that end up affecting Kenyans, which are represented by members of parliament in their own way, who are supposed to be protecting them from most of these regulations that are being enacted and conducted by the executive. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament, I want to also contribute this by saying the committee of legislation, delegated legislation, has taken up this challenge and we are supporting it properly so that in the event that there's a regulation that has not been consumed in time, especially the 7 days, should be annulled so that these regulations are not going to be misused out there. Another thing is that you realize, Mr. Speaker, when we don't take care of these regulations properly, we end up being victims also as members of parliament. So you are out there, you are, against the law in many ways, and, they say the law is unheard. I don't know whether that is the right word. And the ignorance of the law, yes. And you cannot go before a judge or a court of law and tell them that I didn't know about it, while the regulations, which was deemed to have passed through parliament, is already being consumed as a law. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support and I want to encourage the committee to do more and pin these irregulations that is always propagated through ministries and by executive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Karachuonyo, Honorable Andrew Okwome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, this issue is so important that it is important, again, that we speak about it. I heard my chairman in Finance and National Planning Committee comment on taxation, which come up without going through the departmental committee. Now, this is a very serious issue, and I also repeat that there should be no taxation without representation, and representation can only happen in this house, nowhere else. We people who belong to that committee, a number of times you meet people along the way, and they tell you, how come you are punishing us to this extent? Our taxation is very high. And again, you are just increasing it suddenly. Mr. Speaker, that increase is not a kind of increase that passes through the parliament. And I feel that this House should declare such increases of taxation illegal and never allow implementation of the same. Mr. Speaker, recently we just saw some regulations done by the Ministry of Education. Some of these cases come and they affect our education system tremendously. Some of them are so heavy that a number of students drop out because they cannot pay the cost of increasing the fees and whatnot. Now, if a Kenyan child leave school because of that kind of increase of school fees. And if there are many, we are affecting not only this child, but also the future of our beloved nation. We should not just sit back and watch these things. In a situation like that, we should say the increase is illegal because it didn't go through the system. I know we have almost a constant case where we have petrol prices going up every month. Now, I don't know whether to EPRA we have given a standing authority that VAT and whatever they can increase at their own will, so that by the end of this year, for example, we will have our economy completely run down because of increase of the cost of fuel. Now, such cases should be watched by us very carefully so that we don't destroy our country under the pretext that we are collecting revenue. I tend to believe such increases have a negative decline in total revenue collection. The graph slopes down of revenue being collected because the increase destroys the income. And when the income is down, automatically the tax collected will also be down. So I emphasize that we should take care of what's going on in our nation, especially with regard to increases of taxes, increase of anything that will affect the nation without us authorizing that within this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope these things will be taken care of.
Thank you, Honorable Andrew Okome. The Honorable Owen Bayer, who is the Deputy Majority Leader and the MP for Kilifi North.
Yes.
You want to contribute to this?
Yes, yes. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to also inform you that apart from the fact that the Deputy Speaker taught you and you've exhibited good studentship, I also taught a senator called Wapenina, and he's a young senator doing very well in the Senate. He was my student. I have 2 students in this house that I taught at university. I taught 2 students in this assembly.
Honorable Owen Bayer,
at the university.
the standing orders speak to something called relevance of debate.
So when
How
you see
are
me,
those exploits you engage in outside there related to this motion?
so I'm a very revered, I'm a Fulbright scholar.
Yes.
It's only given to very few people in this world. And therefore, when you call me, please also say Fulbright scholar Owen Bayer. But that notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, Parliament must always assert its authority. And we should not allow any other body in this country to take away the power of legislation from the National Assembly or from Parliament. That I support, and that's why I've said I want to stand and support my friend, Honorable Chipkunga, not just because he's my friend, but he has proved himself to be a worthy chair of the Delegated Committee and also a worthy legislator. And I think his people will re-elect him and continue to re-elect him. They should never make the mistake they made in the 12th Parliament. He is worth being in this House because he's a repository of great knowledge, great understanding of law, and also he chairs that committee and he's doing a fantastic job. And that's why he brings this law, a law that will stamp the authority of Parliament forever, that no other person. Honorable Speaker, I watched here as regulations on the fisheries industry and marine and farming regulations killed the fishing industry in my constituency. It made fishermen very, very poor just because a person who had her own or his own motives to protect big fishermen, to protect those trawlers, brought in funny regulations that never came to this House, and those regulations were passed, and the fishing industry there collapsed. Today, even the Act, the Fisheries Management Act itself has been expunged by the court.
But even today, you go there, my fishermen continue to be arrested on some regulations. But I tell them, if the act is dead, even those regulations are dead. But because some people think that they are powerful, that Parliament or the body that is mandated to make law, they continue to harass fishermen at the cost on the basis of some regulations. Honorable Speaker, and I like this law because those that now are expunged, they should I think they should publish and say these laws, or Parliament should say these regulations do no longer exist, so that the fishermen at the coast can continue to do what they do best by providing for themselves and growing this economy. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wenbaya, did you say some regulations are being enforced absent a parent law?
You see, the KWS people and the fisheries officers, no, they're the only ones who know that the law was expunged by court. The law, the Fisheries Management Act, was thrown out by court because it is unconstitutional. It was thrown out. But you see, they used to enforce those laws based on that act and the regulations. But they're the only ones who know that the law does not exist and that the regulations died when the act died. So they still continue to go out there and enforce those laws and harass, and they're always arresting people and taking away their vessels and taking away their fishing nets. You know, there was this law and regulations that say that you cannot use monofilament nets on the sea. And they arrest those people and take away the nets. But that law does not exist today. It was thrown out. But today, when a fisherman in my village in Dabaso goes to look for, you know, some fish so that they can use at night for dinner, he is arrested. His vessel is taken away just because people think that they can make law. I want to congratulate you, Honorable Chepkonga. This law should stop that flagrant abuse of power in this country, that some ministers can actually do law, do regulations to protect other sectors just for the benefit of themselves and kill a whole industry just because of funny regulations, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I want to stand here and support that Parliament authority must now be consolidated, that we bring the power and authority to this House, that nobody should publish funny rules or regulations and harass poor people just because they want to protect rich and big people. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support and say that this House should continue to protect its staff from people who want to infringe on it. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Makila. Would you make it as concise, as brief as only you can? Because I see the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you.
Wants to proceed with the matter on Order 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order 10.
One, Mr. Speaker, this statutory instruments amendment has come at the right time in this country. Mr. Speaker, procedurally, the Constitution is given furtherance through an act of Parliament. The acts of Parliament are actually given furtherance by legislations, delegated legislations. So, Speaker, when you delegate something to somebody, it is not therefore the end. The user must come back. If you delegate someone to make a resolution or a regulation, he must come back to the owner who delegated to that to tell him, is this therefore right? Is this in accordance to the law or the act of Parliament? So, Speaker, regulations in this country are given and of corruption. People have, ministers and governments have actually used regulations to impoverish their citizens in the name of giving furtherance to an act of Parliament. So, Speaker, it is only when Parliament realizes that this is the authority they delegated to someone, and therefore, if you want to make a legislation, then you do a legislation and bring it back to the owner to sanctify that this one can now is good for the people of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, this House, even before I came, It's written for the welfare of the people of Kenya. Who is responsible for taking care of the interests of Kenya? And why is it that there is parliaments all over the world? Parliaments exist to check the excesses of executive. Parliaments exist to protect the citizens from exploitation. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore my duty as a protector of the citizens of Kenya from being oppressed to support this amendment brought by Chepkonga. They have used regulations to bring taxes through the back door. They have used regulations to impoverish the sugar industry, where we are saying today the government of Kenya is paying 117 billion because of regulations. And even where courts have actually quashed or thrown away some acts of parliament, the same executive continue to use the same regulations to make decisions, whereas their father or their mother who gave them power has been nullified. So, Speaker, you see, this is now the duty of Parliament to ensure that regulations go to the Committee of Delegated Regulations to keep a check and to ensure that the people of Kenya or that particular use, the intended use, is actually not being misused or malpracticed, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to support this particular amendment by emeritus lawyer, none other than Chepkonga, a man who has chewed a lot of law. Mr. Speaker, I have seen, even in these finance bills where I'm a member, some things that are being brought. Mr. Speaker, I know he wants to say, I have called Chepkonga emeritus, I can withdraw. Chepkonga is a friend of mine. I was just like light note. Mr. Speaker, I have seen a lot of regulations being brought forth and forward, especially if you look at Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, National Treasury, and at some times transport. So, Speaker, those are the candidates. And you know, those are ministries that hold the core of our society. They hold the fabric of Kenya. So, Speaker, I therefore agree that Parliament must stamp the authority to ensure that whatever regulations are passed or annulled are actually brought to the committee. And I like the timelines of 7 days. So, Speaker, the 7 days is good so that we keep a check before a bigger mess continues. So, Speaker, it is also good for members of Parliament in this House that when we pass the 2010 Constitution, see, Mr. Speaker, there is something that is not known by many members. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 did not subdivide members into opposition or government, but the Constitution of Kenya gave members of Parliament 3 roles. Each one of us must do what the opposition was doing, what is called giving a check. Oversight. Oversight is a check. And that is the work of entire members of Parliament. So, Speaker, it is only when we do something right, let us pursue something that is right, a legislation that is right for the benefit of people. Look at the CBC. They wanted to run CBC through legislation, through the back door. And you know, you are messing up millions of children of Kenya through a backdoor legislation innocently. And by voting, Parliament cannot see. So, Speaker, as we check on this, let us also, as members of this House, check any excesses, even including our government. If our government brings something that is not right for the people of Kenya, regardless of whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, we must rise to protect the people of Kenya because it is right on earth and it is right in heaven. That is the only way we can be truthful leaders of Kenya. And we say, Kenya is our country. Mr. Speaker, that is what we want. And therefore, support this amendment without minus my words and say that may we rise as Parliament to protect what is right for the people of Kenya all the time, Mr. Speaker, during the day and night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to support.
The Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, MP for Kiaru, was requested to address the House on this one. He will be the last to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to say something about these amendments.
One, I want to start by congratulating Honorable Chepkonga and the committee. They have been very forthright and dedicated in serving this House and also serving our country, Kenya. I want to support the current amendments because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, regulations form part of the laws of this country in one way or the other. And it is important that we do not vest unlimited powers to the cabinet secretaries. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that all the regulations that we make, and especially affecting all the acts of parliament, be also subject to this House. And therefore, it is important that before they take course, before they take effect, that this House need to have perused all these regulations, Mr. Speaker, and also, where possible, also ventilated on them. Mr. Speaker, this will go a long way into curbing many scenarios that we would see, and especially in regulations that will be injurious, Mr. Speaker, to our country, and especially those which would be aimed, Mr. Speaker, into doing other hard deals in the agencies that we are referring to. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank Honorable Chepkonga because this committee has been very vibrant in this session. We have seen a lot of contribution to lawmaking through Delegated Registration Committee, and I want to laud them keep up. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and also thank you for the very good work. I was in Homa Bay the other day, and I was surprised at the level of work, the kind of leadership you are offering to Homa Bay Town constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want you to keep up. We are learning from you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Dindi Nyoro, you can be sure I would have been there with you. But for the reasons you and I know. I thank you very much. You also give us good leadership in terms of how to serve our people by the examples you give in Kiaru. I want to move to the next order. I don't know why Honorable Joseph Munyoro is insisting on saying something. Is the mover for the next order in the House? Yeah, mover, let me ask the House, we indulge Honorable Joseph Munyoro, the MP for Kigumo, because he's a member of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. He promises to do only 2 minutes. Yeah, Honorable.
Thank you,
Honorable Munyoro, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, even for granting me this opportunity. I want to contribute and support, and as you've rightly said, I'm a member of the Delegated Legislation. And one of the most shocking things we've realized is that a lot of these institutions just do regulations, start implementing them without consulting this House, whose primary duty is lawmaking. So I don't think it's fair at all to our Kenyan people that people can come up with regulations, some even with financial implications, and they are not oversighted by anybody. So this amendment by our able chair, Honorable Chepkonga, could not have come in at a better time. We've had instances where we've had to tell people to go back and make better regulations, better laws, because even the way they've structured those regulations are not in line with the Statutory Instruments Act. So I think it's only fair, as people's representatives, that we make sure that laws that are made are passed through this House, that we've looked at the regulations, that they are fair to Kenyans, and no one has the ability to make regulations that would injure the Kenyan public without being oversighted by Parliament. I know you are sure, because you are aware that initially we used to have these laws becoming effective. Someone will just do a regulation, refuse to hand it over to Parliament, and then within 7 days or so, it starts being law. And I think this amendment is very, very timely. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll donate 1 minute to Honorable Gashoni. How much?
You have no power to donate. Mover, I want to request everybody else who is now minded to make contributions to approach the mover, because I've called the mover
I'm calling the mover. The mover, I'm being bothered by
thank you
Honorable Gadoni Wamuchomba, Honorable Fatuma Mohammed. Only if you are minded shall you donate to them. If not, proceed.
Thank you very much.
And reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I was a very major contributor and sponsor of the two-third gender rule, which did not pass, of course. And I wanted to ensure that there were many women when you were there. You know, we tried in our committee, but we were failed by the men here who walked over to the toilets. So, you know, since I believe in the affirmative action, I would like to donate 2 minutes to Muchomba and 2 minutes to Full Network. And she knows herself.
Honorable Wamchomba, which gender do you belong to? Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, today we are not debating gender. We are debating the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill of 2023. But I will be proud to announce to the House that I am fully female. And I have no doubts about that. Mr. Speaker, when I walked in, I was very excited to hear that we are debating matters to do with the statutory instruments, because there are so many people who've taken advantage, especially at the executive level, of sneaking in regulations and implementing regulations that have expired. Some of them have already been debated and agreed upon the direction by the Honorable House. So I'm so excited that this is happening today, because we now are clear that for you to be able to implement any law that has been debated and passed by the National Assembly, there are procedures. And because this is a house of procedure, Mr. Speaker, I'm excited that we are actually keeping in line with what we are supposed to be doing. But Mr. Speaker, even as I support this amendment, I am keen to note that Section 6 of this proposal says, notwithstanding subsection 4 and 5, Parliament may, where a statutory instrument ceases to have an effect in accordance with the subsection 4, notify the public in 2 newspapers of wide circulation that the statutory instrument is a nullity. Mr. Speaker, with this day and era, I don't think we are supposed to constrain ourselves to newspapers of wide circulations. I don't know whether you are aware, Mr. Speaker, that there is a lot of paradigm change when it comes to the way we have been doing our communication with the era of digital media and electronic media. So, circling ourselves into the issue of newspaper may be a bit limiting, because nowadays, Mr. Speaker, I can't remember the last time I read a newspaper. I read social media. I read platforms, social media platforms. Even my people in the village, even in Githongori, which is a very local constituency, village constituency, rural constituency, people are consuming social media. Why are we limiting ourselves to national newspapers? Why are we citing only newspapers here? We should be talking about platforms that have serious, large following of readers and audience. And because I come from the background in the media industry, I feel a little bit more constrained to resist the resistance to support this amendment. Not because I am not afraid to the chairman of the committee, Honorable Chepkonga, who is my very good brother and senior brother, but because he's trying to sneak in what he used to do when he was 27 years old. Now he's an old mzee. He should be thinking of the new era, the new media, the way things are moving. Today, Mr. Speaker, the government is struggling very much to fight with the media, but they are forgetting that now the traditional media is never the media that we used to have. We have a new emergence media platforms, and that is what we should be quoting in this amendment. Otherwise, I support it, but if there is a possibility of amendment, let us include other new media, not just newspapers. And thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chepkonga, for the 2 minutes. Traditionally, I'm never given 2 minutes because I am the loudest ever woman in this country. And I want to be given more time so that I can express myself with a longer period and say many things that I would have loved to say. So next time, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chepkonga, give me 5 minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Chepkonga, did you also donate to Honorable Fatuma Mohammed, the MP for Migori? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I never lie. I stood because I knew I was given an opportunity. I'm a Muslim, God-fearing, a good student of Mama Aida. I listen to instructions. You gave me 2 minutes, I'll keep it under 2 minutes. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, too, for this opportunity. I stand here to support this. I am saying that I think the executive is taking this house for granted. Mama Haida, you want to know, Mama, please protect me from him because that's such a big name just to throw like that, Mr. Speaker.
You are protected, don't be distracted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I can confirm Dr. Ida Betty Odinga is known by all Kenyans. Proceed.
She is the legitimate first lady of my heart, the mother of this nation, a woman by all standards. Thank you. I have informed you rightly. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat it once more, that this house is being taken for granted by the executive. I'll give an example. Where I come from, Migori County, in Nyatike sub-county, there was a petition that was put here by the Honorable Member for Nyatike, Tom Odege, about the land in Nyatike, saying that we are supposed to be given title deeds. Before the petition was walked onto, the executive, and so to say, the minister or whoever she is for environment, went ahead and gazetted the area as a forest. And so you start wondering, how does this government work? Because Parliament has made some right decisions to do, and then you find an executive single person making a decision and even gazetting it in the newspaper without consulting what is happening. I think, as the president had said, that he has clueless ministers, and whoever they are, PSS and the rest, they are very clueless. They need to be informed. They should send some people who have ideas to inform that what is the Parliament saying about this issue before I gazette it. That way they'll stop embarrassing themselves as incompetent as they are, but at least they need to hide their incompetency. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this with emotions because...
What is out of order, Honorable Ruku?
Mr. Speaker, this amendment has nothing to do with the current ministers. Whether the current ministers are clueless or not clueless, it has nothing to do with the conduct of the current ministers. We only want to put registration by the ministers and Department of Government in line according to our committee, which I sit, which is chaired by Honorable Chepkonga. So please, the Honorable Member should not introduce other innuendos of the sitting ministers in the government of William Samoei Ruto.
He's taking my minute. Mr. Speaker, may I inform this member?
Honorable Fatuma Mohammed will be heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Honorable member, for your information, I said as an example. When you are using an example, you can walk out of the paragraph that was being read and you use anything, including fish, as an example. An example remains an example. I am speaking with emotions because I am affected by this decision of running into newspapers and making decisions without them comparing notes with what is happening in this house. And that remains an example, attaching an example. I am a resident of Nyatike. We have ran to court. We are using our resources, our emotions. And so, kindly, let us advise the executive. And those were not my words. I quote once more. President William Ruto said, his people are incompetent. And that is why we have this problem. Incompetency is the reason. If we had competent ministers and PSS and directors, the situation we are in today wouldn't arise. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support this. Thank you for listening.
Honorable Chepkonga, you have barely 6 minutes to reply. You see, you must be careful when you are donating time. You know not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know this is a house of debate. In a house of debate, the speaker, the substantive speaker says this is a house where you use terms. What he said, he calls them panta and kanda. So what Honorable Fatuma is involved is in panta, and it is allowed in this house. The only thing is that it may not have been candid, because I have never heard the president say that call his ministers incompetent. The only time maybe he said only they were late. You know, when they were supposed to be signing I think she must have meant late. So we excuse her. English is not her first language. She meant to say late. So, and she's my good friend, Honorable Fatuma. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to sincerely thank the members. I didn't think that these amendments were going to elicit such vibrant and incisive debate. I am in fact amazed and surprised that these amendments have been fully supported by the members, knowing their function or duty, that they are supposed to be lawmakers and to ensure that they participate in legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to really thank the members for the contributions, very well-informed contributions that they have made to these amendments. And I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that while members were contributing, we were consulting as a committee, and we feel that there are very important amendments that must be made to these particular proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker. The reason why they are called amendments, they are called a bill, Mr. Speaker, is because they need to be debated, and the House must agree and amend as necessary, and so that we can have a law that would be representative of the people of Kenya. So I must thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we have had very many comments, including from chairs of committees, that while we are considering these regulations, we should take into account the inputs of various committees. And I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that this committee is composed of very well-informed honorable members from various committees, from committees of education across the board. And so what we do, and we insist every time a regulatory making authority appears before a committee, that they should carry out public participation. We should include their relevant committees, so that we know that they have taken into account everybody's comments, so that when we are considering regulations, it complies with Article 10 and Article 118 of the Constitution, which is a requirement of Section 13 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to sincerely thank all the members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your very useful suggestions that you gave us on the floor when you are contributing. And you having been a very eminent member of that committee, your experience, of course, is worthwhile taking into account. And just to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that our own, the late Justice Madan, once told two members of the bar while they were arguing, are telling the senior that do not despise the young lawyer because he has the benefit of recent learning. And equally turned to the old lawyer and he told him, he told the young lawyer, do not despise the old lawyer because he has the benefit of experience which you don't have. And so, Mr. Speaker, we know you have the benefit of experience, and so we do not intend at all to despise, and we have taken into account. I would also like to thank the Deputy Speaker who has agreed with the committee so that she has consented that we carry the amendments in a published bill, so that we do not have to come back to debate a bill which has also two clauses equal with ours. The other very important contribution that has been made by members is the concern that regulations come into operation before they are approved by the House. We intend to carry an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that will require that regulations would have to be brought to this House for approval before they are implemented. Because we have seen occasions and situations where regulations have been brought to this House, we have annulled them, they have applied them, it has affected the rights of the people, and it has not been considered by the representatives of the people. So we intend to carry an amendment, Mr. Speaker, in the third reading that will require that regulations will be published but will not come into effect until approved by this House. So that is one very important recommendation that has come from this House, Mr. Speaker. And so we'd like to sincerely thank every member and express our gratitude as a committee for the contribution. It has taken a while, Mr. Speaker. We did not think that was going to take more than 30 minutes because there were just two amendments. but has elicited a lot of debate here. I would like to thank the members. And with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. And in the spirit of Standing Order number 53, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request you that...
have you chair committee on delegated legislation done with reply?
Yes, I've done with it. I've said I reply, Mr. Speaker.
And so you begged to reply?
Yes, I begged to reply,
so
Mr.
that
Speaker.
is ended?
That's ended.
Now,
And
that other business you want to transact,
Yeah.
you can only be permitted to transact it by the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to raise a point of order.
You are on a point of order?
Yes.
Granted, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand on pursuant to Standing Order 53. Mr. Speaker, which clearly states that on the request of a member, the chair may defer the putting of question to a day to be appointed by the Speaker. Would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to call upon you to defer this matter to another day? I thank you.
Yeah, request made by the chair committee on delegated legislation that the putting of the question on the bill for second reading be deferred has been granted. We proceed to the next order. And the question will now be put on a future date to be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. The East African Community EAC multilateral agreement on aircraft accident and incident investigations.
Mover is the Honorable G.K. Karaoke, the chair of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do not understand. I've seen this is the third time that has happened, so, but I'm okay. Honorable Speaker. Yes, I am. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts a report on of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the East Africa Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th August 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of East Africa Community Multilateral Agreement on aircraft accident and incident investigations. Honorable Speaker, the agreement was adopted at the 16th meeting of the Sectoral Council on Transport, Communication and Meteorology, which was held on 24th to 28th June 2019 in Kampala, Uganda, to actualize the requirement of East Africa Community Treaty and Convention on International Civil Aviation, that is Chicago Convention, which requires cooperation in matters pertaining aircraft accident and incident investigations. The main aim of the agreement is to harmonize and coordinate the civil aviation rules as far as aircraft accident and incident investigations are concerned in order to promote safety, reliability, and efficiency of aircraft transport in accordance with, with Article 92 of EAC Treaty. Consequently, the agreement reiterates and recognizes the importance of adopting common policies in the development of civil transport in the EAC and the need to cooperate in aircraft accident and incident investigation services. Honorable Speaker, one of the characteristics of good governance, sound policy formulation and lawmaking process is public participation. And Article 118, 1 and B of our Constitution recognizes public participation as a key step in the lawmaking and even in ratification of treaties. So, Honorable Speaker, in accordance to Article 118, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed advertisements in the local diaries with wide national circulation, and I know this is something members have raised. So on 2nd May 2023, the clerk requested submissions of memoranda on the agreement, but the committee did not receive any memorandum on this agreement in response to the advertisement by the close of business on Wednesday, 17th May 2023. And Honorable Speaker, the committee held meetings with the cabinet secretaries for roads and transport and foreign affairs and diaspora affairs to deliberate on the agreement. The committee also received written submissions from the cabinet secretary for East Africa, arid and semi-arid lands and regional development. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight a few specific obligations that member states shall undertake. One, establishing an independent accident investigation authority responsible for conducting investigation in accordance with international standards and practices. Two, ensuring the timely notification of accidents and incidents to the relevant authorities. And three, cooperating and sharing information with other member states involved in the investigation of accidents and incidents. That is to say, Honorable Speaker, if an aircraft accident happens in Uganda, Kenya will be at liberty to go and participate in the investigations of that accident or incident. Similarly, if it happens in Tanzania or Rwanda, Burundi, any partner state can undertake investigations or can participate in the process of investigating the accident or incident. For facilitating the access to relevant sites, records, and evidence for the purpose of investigation. And five, implementing the recommendations derived from accident and incident investigations to improve aviation and safety. And here, Honorable Speaker, we're talking about knowledge sharing and sharing experiences among member states. Further, upon ratification of the agreement, Kenya will be required to, one, establish in accordance with ICAO Global Aviation Safety Plan, adequately funded, professionally trained, independent and impartial aircraft accident and incident investigation bodies. Two, provide assistance in aircraft accident and incident investigation by availing experts and any other required logistics to the partner states as appropriate. I think that's a point I have explained. So three, ensure all investigations into aircraft accident and incidents are carried out in partner states, independent from political or other interference or pressure. Four, provide adequate resources, including funding and qualified personnel for carrying out investigations. That is to mean, Honorable Speaker, that we I mean, all partner states will be collaborating and pooling resources to be able to do thorough investigations where an accident or incident occurs, as opposed to, Honorable Speaker, to one state doing investigations alone. So there'll be better capacity to be able to carry out investigations. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the agreement, observed that ratifying the agreement would boost Kenya's standing in the global aviation community, showcasing its reputation and credibility. By adhering to international standards for aircraft accident and incident investigation, Kenya will highlight its dedication to ensuring a secure and effective civil aviation environment. This commitment will enhance the country's prospects for attracting foreign investments in the aviation sector, as investors will have trust in the strong safety measures implemented. Honorable Speaker, my good colleague here is interrupting me. I think you will ask him to make his calls quietly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ratifying EAC multilateral agreements on air accident would bring several benefits to Kenya, which include that upon ratification, Kenya and other partner states would experience enhanced cooperation and collaboration in the investigation of aircraft accidents and incidents. These would include sharing resources among other partner states. I think that I have mentioned earlier. Honorable Speaker, the agreement is aligned to the EAC treaty, and there are no immediate direct financial implications arising from ratification of the agreement. Further, ratification of the agreement presents no new policy implications for Kenya, as the provisions of the agreement are already embedded in the Civil Aviation Act 2013 and the Civil Aviation Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigations Regulations 2010. Honorable Speaker, having considered the submissions and analyzing the documents presented and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, the committee recommends that the House approves the ratification of EAC multilateral agreement on aircraft accident and incident investigations. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and urge this Honorable House to debate and adopt the committee's report to enable the country move forward on matters aircraft accidents and incident investigations. Honorable Speaker, I want to request the Honorable Member for Laikipia East, Honorable Mwangi Kionjuri, to second. Thank you.
Honorable Mwangi Kionjuri, MP Laikipia East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I want to confirm that this report was read before our committee. We discussed it, and all prayers were consulted and invited. Mr. Speaker, this report is about the agreement is meant to actualize the requirement of East African Community Treaty and the Chicago Convention. And the main aim of it is to harmonize and coordinate civil aviation rules in order to ensure appropriate safety and reliability in the aviation industry. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that we are a major player in the aviation, noting that we have international airports in this country, and Jomo Kenyatta International Airport being aviation giant in East Africa, one of the already best facility in the East African region. Noting that other facilities that are coming up, like the Moi, already known like Moi International Airport, Kisumu International Airport, Eldoret International Airport, can only expand when you have more attractive measures on safety that will be able to attract investors in safer aviation. Not forgetting that also we are a major player in the region, considering our small, even the size of our Wilson Airport, which has a capacity of 120,000 landing and taking off every year, and in different destinations, not only in Kenya, but also international flights. We also consider our airstrips also as facilities, and with more than 8 airstrips in this country, that tells you that Kenya is growing in aviation, and we need to have confidence to create confidence for other investors who would be interested in the field. Again, Mr. Speaker, internationally, there are so many things people look at. It's not just about the facility. It is how they can be able to monitor issues to do with accident and incidences. And this will create even the ability for our facilities to be able to compete with other international facilities in the world. You remember when we wanted to have a flight to New York, we went through stringent measures. A lot of elaborate measures were done so that we can convince the world that Kenya can be a destination for all other international flights across the country. And therefore, by opening ourselves, signing this agreement, tells the whole world that we have confidence in our aviation industry, we have competence that is required as a country, and therefore, they can be able to easily come in and be assured that in case there is any incidents happening in Kenya, there is nothing to hide. We are open and therefore create a lot of confidence. Again, Mr. Speaker, being giant in the region, it enables Kenya also to be able now to get into those other territories as permitted by this agreement, so that again, we'll be able not only to go and investigate when incidences or accidents happens, but be able to carry out investigation early enough on whether areas that you want to be operating from are safe, so that we can keep the safety of our people, safety of other passengers, and ensure that at least we continue building trust. And that is the way to move as a country. With those few remarks, I beg to support. To second.
Honourable members, I propose the question. This House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the East African Community EAC Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accidents and Incident Investigations, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th August 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the East African Community EAC Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigations. Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi has stepped out. Do we have Honorable Chege Kiragu? Honorable John Kiragu. Give Honorable John Kiragu the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support this motion on East African Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important motion. One, because it calls for Kenya and the rest of the East African countries to organize themselves to be able to collaborate and to build capacity to be able to do accident and incident investigation. Honorable Speaker, it is true that African countries have always relied on support from either Asia, Europe, or American support in terms of doing investigations, and it has costed us in the region a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, you may recall the accidents that we have had, including like the last one we had when we lost the ministers, Professor Saitot and others, and we had to seek help to do accident investigation from foreigners. And Mr. Speaker, what we are saying here is that with this agreement within the East African community, it is possible to train, to equip, so that we can do our business here. And we can also create capacity and ensuring that we can provide the necessary skills that are required, whether it is in testing, like in non-destructive testing for checking the failures in the aircraft body or even the moving component, or material failure for that matter. Honorable Speaker, what this treaty will focus on is matter safety. And matter safety is so important because the integrity of running a good aviation industry requires that we have the right protocols to ensure safety. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is the reliability of the service that we provide. And in this agreement, there will be an element of developing so that the services provided in the aviation industry in the region will be reliable. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is the efficiency. We know that our airlines, due to many of the problems that we have, are not efficient. And we believe in this agreement there will be room for developing better efficiency. The other thing that is also important is the fact that we require the services to be cost effective. If we relied on importing people to do certain things like inspection and or investigations on accidents and incidents, then it means there will be money that is leaving this region and is going out to help others. So if we can implement the agreement, we develop the capacity, we can also have an effective and cost-effective service that is competitive with the rest of the region. We know that the aviation industry in this region has developed, it is increasing, and the East Africa community itself is growing, and for that reason, it is important that we exploit the open skies within the East Africa community countries, and we can be able to move around with the specialized equipment that are necessary for accident investigations. So that if Uganda, for example, doesn't have certain equipment, and Kenya has, we can move this equipment to our neighbor. You remember, like when an accident of an aircraft happens, there are things like the black box, being able to search for them, being able to decode them and understand or get the data, that requires some specialized equipment. But what it is that we do not need to duplicate for every country to have this equipment. We can share that. We know that as a region, we are also looking forward to a time when we'll have a federation. And we hope that when it happens, some of these things will have helped to make sure that we pave the way. As I sit down, I believe that this country needed to look at the various organizations that we have to address the safety, particularly in the transport sector. Honorable Speaker, we have talked too much, and we have organizations like NTSA, which actually deals with the road vehicles. We forget that there is a railway system, there is marine, and for example, if you go to Kisumu, Turkana, or Naivasha, accidents happen. Railways have had their own accidents. We are saying that all these modes of transport, we need to look at them, align them to the best world practice so that Kenya can prepare itself for a takeoff. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this report. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Kenya is a member of the International Civil Aviation Organization, and therefore it is always important to follow through and ensure that you align yourself with the new trends that are happening within the aviation system. And also, Mr. Speaker, there's a master plan of 2015-2030, and the objective of this master plan was to ensure that there's global and regional consistency. And therefore, as I support this report, Mr. Speaker, I just want to peg myself on chapter 4, where we realize that the committee, in their observations, which are very critical observations, and looking at what we see today, knowing very well that Kenya is very critical in the issues of airspace, and knowing very well when you look at our airport today, our international airport, we find that it's one of the busiest within Africa. When you remove us from the northern side, and within the sub-Saharan, I think it's only us and South Africa, where you'll find always business really running within their airports, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as much as we are supporting, we are saying we are doing this so that we align ourselves, because we know we are the hub, and more importantly, that we have the best in our country in terms of our airports, in terms of following within the regulations of airspace and aviation itself. And Mr. Speaker, you realize one of the things that I appreciate in the report is that when one of the member states would wish to withdraw from the agreement, it is there, it is clear, you just write a notice, and indeed you'll have to wait for 1 year. But the good thing that we have that closure, we have that I would say a recommendation that can assist, because you find sometimes, as much as we would wish to see the whole of East Africa carrying this, we know we have countries still who are struggling. This sector is a sector, Mr. Speaker, that takes a lot of resources. And therefore, the other thing that the chair really spoke about is that we can share our resources together, and we are able to look at the different investigation if indeed any of the incidents happens. I remember, when you remember our KQ incidents in Cameroon, that is when you realize we really need this agreement. Because I know up to today, even within the institution, nobody ever understood why such an accident had to happen, and how we went through a lot of, it was very emotional, Mr. Speaker, and very traumatizing, and I believe even to date. So when we look at such a report, we realize we have come and we have been victims. You realize even when you look at Addis, when we had just recently, the Ethiopian, I know to date, it traumatizes. But if you have an investigation that is coming in together, and people are able now to come in without the way you remember the now governor of Murang'a is the one who was among the lawyers who went for the Ethiopian Airlines. And so you find that it's a very tedious process, Mr. Speaker. And so if we have this agreement, and if we agree within the East Africa, it means we can now sit and bring down, and lawyers can just come in and assist at any given time. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, even as we ratify the ratification of the multilateral agreement, we have to ask ourselves very key questions. The other day, Mr. Speaker, which I want to congratulate the pilot of Kenya Airways, it was a plane coming from London, a KQ, and we're just about to touch down. But because we have very experienced pilots, he realized already an Air Rwanda was just on the runway. And so for him, he just had to go up and see how to safeguard. And so as we speak, we have to always know that this is an industry that we need to now expand, and I will tell our chair, we need to expand our airport. Let us have at least two runways just to know that we are also expanding. You can see how Kenyans are really using the airport, especially on the domestic side. And so it is important for us to expand. It is important for us to now have a better arrival, Mr. Speaker, when you walk in that arrival, and it is a tent. You know, when I remember the fire we had, and now this is a tent, and God forbid that it should never happen, that if it touches fire, it will be worse than what we saw last time. So as we do all this, let us also bring up, I know, and I will say this, Mr. Speaker, it was very sad that we could not take that agreement that was with Qatar at the time when our former president was given that opportunity. I don't know why they rejected it, but it was good. It would have built us. We are the ones who have been better than any other place, but we seem to give opportunities just to go out. So, Mr. Speaker, for us, we want to see a better airport where when people arrive, they feel they are arriving in a pride of Africa, which is Kenya. I want to thank the team that is now with KQ. I think all of us will agree that the air hostesses, the team that is just giving hospitality, they have done their best to bring back. And I think we have a better way of using the West African side. But then we still have to ask ourselves as a country the cost, so that also the cost can come down, Mr. Speaker. So as much as we are doing this report, there are many things that we would wish to see that can carry up and ensure Kenya goes back to where it was during when you would see the pride of Africa, and you will be proud to be part of it. And today, because I'm dressed like them a bit, I want to salute them, but to also say that we need KAA to come out and do something better in terms of management, in terms of looking at how the airport is, in terms of cleanliness, and also in terms of just taking care, especially of the young people who are managing luggage and also taking care of that airport. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Paul Mwirigi, MP for Igembe South.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Speaker. Also myself, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this report. Speaker, bearing in mind that Kenya, we are the main actors in this sector of aviation. And Mr. Speaker, on the East Africa, we are supposed to have a way whereby when there is any accident which has occurred in any country, Mr. Speaker, we can have a body which can be used to investigate and even report on a timely basis when the accident happen or occurs. Mr. Speaker, we have seen many cases whereby when the accident occur in a certain country within the East Africa, the people from the origin of that flight, they are hidden from accessing the site of the accident, Mr. Speaker. So when we will be having this body, Mr. Speaker, we will be having a easy time to do this investigation, and even the people who will be involved in this body or this board, Mr. Speaker, they will get equal training, Mr. Speaker, so that whenever something happens, they have the knowledge to detect what has happened for that accident to occur. Mr. Speaker, also as the Kenyan counterpart of the East Africa is good, Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that in Kenya we are growing. We are growing, Mr. Speaker, the country which is known within East Africa and even outside East Africa as one of the key players, Mr. Speaker, in aviation, to have this. Then, Mr. Speaker, also, as the chairman has clearly put it, is that for the East Africa leadership, Mr. Speaker, is good for the leaders to come together to ensure that as it was or as it happens within the aviation, Mr. Speaker, sector, the law is followed across these two nations, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, for the access of the site of the incident, Mr. Speaker, as I had earlier explained, it happens that when the accident occurs of a flight, it takes a quite long period to do the investigation, since if the country is doing it independently, Mr. Speaker, some of the information tend to disappear. So when these two, or when the East Africa nations, Mr. Speaker, will come together and act together to ensure that the sector of aviation is thoroughly in agreement, in agreement, Mr. Speaker, the investigation, the trained, Mr. Speaker, and even when something happens within the airport within the East Africa, Mr. Speaker, the members will be able to detect what has actually happened within those airports, Mr. Speaker. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Chair of Finance Committee.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii kuchangia hoja hii ya mwenyekiti wa kamati ya mawasiliano Mheshimiwa JK. Mambo na uchukuzi, ndio, asante. Masuala ya usalama katika hali angani ni swala la muhimu sana, na ya kwamba tumekuwa na huu mkataba katikati ya nchi hizi za Jumuiya Mashariki ya kuzingatia ya kuwa na maafisa ambao wamehitimu kwa masala ya upelelezi wakati kunakuwa na ajali ya ndege, na pia kuhakikisha kwamba tuna hilo jambo la kuweza kuwasiliana vilivyo kama Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki wakati kunalo ajali, na kuhakikisha kwamba huo upelelezi pia hauingizwi mambo ya siasa ndani yake. Ni jambo ambalo ni la kufurahisha sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, unaposafiri katika viwanja vya ndege vingi katika ulimwengu, uende kule Amsterdam ama kule Dubai, maafisa wale ambao utawapata wanafanya kazi katika hivi viwanja vya ndege, wengi wao hupata ni wa Kenya. Unaenda tu wakati anakuangalia sura, anaona wewe unakaa Mkenya, anakuita, anakuambia habari yako ama hujambo. Kwa hivyo hii inaonyesha kwamba tunayo rasilimali kubwa sana kama nchi ya watu ambao wamehitimu kwa mambo ya uchukuzi wa ndege, na pengine wanaenda kule kwa sababu ya kukosa nafasi za kazi hapa nchini. Kwa sababu tunapoangalia mambo ya uchukuzi ya mambo ya ndege ama viwanja vya ndege, zile nafasi za kazi tunafikiria pengine mtu akuwe rubani ama wale ambao hutusaidia kuserve pale katika zile ndege. Lakini ukiangalia mambo ya ajali, kuzuia ajali, kufanya upelelezi wa ajali, hao maafisa kabisa hawako katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na kwa hivyo kwamba kumekuwa na huu mkataba, natumai ya kwamba hautakuwa mkataba tu ambao utakuwa umetiwa sahihi, lakini tutafanya jitihada kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumewekeza hela katika mambo ya kuzuia hizi ajali na kuweka na kusomesha watu mambo ya upelelezi ya masuala ya ajali za hali ya anga. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hafla zetu zote za hapa nchini zile za kirasmi, huwa tunaimba ule wimbo tunaanza kwa kuimba wimbo wa taifa, na la pili tunaimba ule wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Mashariki. Na mara mingi katika kibeti kimoja cha huo wimbo wa Afrika Mashariki tunasema idumu jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki. Lakini tunapoangalia kwa utendakazi wetu ama kwa jinsi ambavyo hizi nchi zetu za Jumuiya ya Mashariki zinapoendeza biashara zake, ni masuala mangapi ambao tunaweza kuwasiliana. Unapata ya kwamba mawasiliano ambayo tunayafanya ama mikakati ambayo tunafanya, tunaenda kutafuta nchi zingine za mbali sana kukuwa na mikataba hii ama na uhusiano huu, lakini hatujafanikiwa kuhakikisha kwamba ile tunasema idumu jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki tumeweza kuzingatia huo umoja wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Ukiangalia changamoto ambayo tuko nayo ya mambo ya exchange rate, ya vile dola shilingi ya Kenya imeweza kupoteza value, na ukizingatia, ukikompare na ukijaribu kulinganisha, asante Kiswahili kigumu, na ile dola, ya kwamba haya masuala yote yangeweza kutatuliwa kama kabisa tungeweza kuishi kama Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Ukiangalia nchi kama Marekani, vile zile states ambazo zinaendeleza biashara zao, United States imeweza kuwa nchi ambayo ina nguvu kabisa ulimwengu kwa sababu ya wingi wa watu na vile wameweza kuwasiliana katika wamekubaliana hizo states zote. Kila state iko na sheria zake, lakini wao ni jumuiya, ni watu wamoja, the people of United States of America. Na kwa hivyo kama tungeweza kuzingatia zaidi, sio tu kwa haya masuala ya mambo ya ajali ya ndege, lakini kwa masuala mengine kama ya hela, tukuwe na common currency katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuweze kuangalia zile sheria ambazo ziko katika mipaka yetu, kukuwe na kwamba watu wanaweza kutoka kwa nchi moja kwenda nyingine bila maswali mengi ambayo kwa sasa yanaulizwa katika mipaka. Ikuwe ya kwamba bidhaa zetu tunaweza kuziuza bila vipingamizi vyovyote katika hizi nchi za Afrika Mashariki. Basi mimi naona ya kwamba Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki tunaweza kuendelea zaidi, sio tu kama jumuiya lakini pia kama nchi binafsi. Wakati unatembelea watu ambao wa Kenya ambao wanaishi katika nchi zingine, wakirudi Kenya, wengi huwa wanasema wanahuzunika kwa sababu wakati wengine wale maafisa ambao wanapokea wageni na hata Wakenya wanaporudi nyumbani, mara mingi vile ambavyo kwa kimombo tunasema customer service yao mara mingi huwa ifurahishi. Unapata ya kwamba ni kama wako na bidii zaidi kuwatafutia makosa, kuangalia kama begi zao pengine ziko na simu ngapi ama wamebeba vitu ngapi za bidhaa fulani za hela fulani, ili waweze kuanza kuitisha ushuru kwa sababu ya hizo bidhaa. Na ingawa ni sheria ambayo tumepitisha ya kwamba huwezi kuleta nchini kitu chochote ambacho kimepitisha $500, lazima uweze kulipa ile kodi. Lakini mara mingi unapata vile tunawaeleza hawa Wakenya na wageni wengine ambapo wanakuja katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, inakuwa ni njia ambayo inafanya wasitamani tena kurudi katika nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo tunapounga mkono huu mkataba, tunawaomba wale wafanyakazi ambao ni sura yetu ya nchi ya Kenya, kwa sababu wakati mgeni anakuja ama wakati vijana wetu wameenda kazi ng'ambo, wakirudi nyumbani, wale maafisa ambao wanawapokea katika uwanja wa ndege, tunawaomba tafadhali wakuwe waangalifu sana jinsi ambavyo wanaweza wanaongelesha hawa wageni, kwa sababu hiyo inafanya hawa wageni wajue kama watataka kukuja tena nchi yetu ya Kenya ama wataki kurudi tena. Kwa hivyo tunaomba tafadhali tuongeleshe wageni wetu na wale watoto wetu ambao wanarejea nyumbani kutoka makazi kwa njia ya heshima, tuwakaribishe kwa vifinjo na nderema ili wajisikie kwamba wako nyumbani, ili hata wanapotafuta riziki katika nchi zao kabisa wasikie kwamba wamekosa kukuja nyumbani, na wakuja nyumbani wanapokelewa kwa furaha. Na kwa hayo machache, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mkataba huu.
Honorable Gideon Mulungi, MP for Mwingi Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I support the report on East African Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accidents and Incidents Investigation, presented by the Chair of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I think it is good to standardize the operations of aircraft, because world over, when we travel, you find the operations of aircraft all over the world are standard. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think the Chair is moving in the right direction to create a standard authority for all the East African states, member states, so that they can standardize operations of accidents and investigations of aircrafts. Mr. Speaker, when the member states of East African community congregate together, I'm sure they will pool resources, and instead of us sourcing for expertise from abroad, they will be able to pool resources together and make sure that the investigations are conducted locally as opposed to sourcing them internationally. Mr. Speaker, it's not very good to envisage accidents, especially aircraft accidents. It's very traumatizing if you are entering an aircraft and you are 50-50 that there will be an accident. It is trauma. And I'm sure even if you are going where, you will defer that trip. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we create this agreement, let us also promote safety. Safety is paramount, so that we do not envisage any accidents in the future, in this era of digital technology. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure once we create this multilateral agreement and the member states pool resources together, I'm sure there will be more training of all those involved with aircraft services and all that are involved with safety standards in all the member states in the East African community. And they will be able to pool resources to train their staff and develop capacity so that at no time in the future shall we have accidents, aircraft accidents in the East African community and the world over. Mr. Speaker, there has also been instances of accidents in the past. And those involved, there has been issues of compensation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we deal with this agreement, the member states should also look at compensation policies so that compensation policies are also standardized, so that, God forbid, if an accident occurs, whether it is a Boeing aircraft accident or a chopper, the victims, the families of the victims are guaranteed of adequate compensation in the event of an accident. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the agreement. Thank you.
The Honorable Gadoni wa Muchomba, MP for Githunguri constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the ratification and approval of the East African Community multilateral agreement on aircraft accident and incidents investigations. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2000, we woke up to the news of an aircraft accident in Abidjan. We lost over 431 citizens of the world. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have had a relative who was in that flight. And I can tell you the pain and anguish that most people went through trying to recover information concerning relatives and loved ones that were in that flight, and many other flights, Mr. Speaker. It is something that I would never want to narrate. First of all, the language barrier between the countries, the distance barrier, the logistical barrier, the attitude barrier, the expectations, and many other procedures that are hidden to normal local Kenyan when such incidences happen. You are told you cannot call this office. You have to go through ambassadorial lines, and those ambassadorial lines have to be queued and have to be queued at different times, noting that some of these countries, we do not even share the same time zones. It is something, this is a long-awaited agreement that we needed to have. Mr. Speaker, there was a time that we lost members of parliament together in an aircraft accident in Marsabit. I think it was in the year 2014, if I'm not wrong, or thereabout. We lost the late Honorable Mirugi Kariuki and many other colleagues. I remember then when we struggled because I was on radio I was a broadcaster. I remember how we struggled to get even information on what happened, because it was in the mountains of Marsabit. Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited because we cannot assume that the fact that we are East African community, we share all those aspects that I had mentioned. Time differences, language differences, distances. And we cannot assume that the protocol used in Kenya is the same protocol used in any other country. For example, the DRC, which is the newest kid in the block of the East African community. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, ratifying the EAC multilateral agreement, it's something that we really needed as a country, and it is very welcome. However, what is in this EAC multilateral agreement? What is in its content? Do we sign papers, but when it comes to the implementation, there are aspects of that agreement that are not implementable? For example, Mr. Speaker, that accident that happened in Abidjan, me as a relative, I was not able to go to Abidjan because I could not afford the flight charges that I needed to take care of to go and get to know about a relative who suffered an accident in Abidjan. Who is supposed to be taking care of my costs if I am a relative to somebody who is in the accident? Who is supposed to be taking care of my visa charges and those procedures, logisticals, that need to be done? So other than just saying we are signing an EAC multilateral agreement, we need to investigate more what protocols and how much of those protocols can be implementable and we can afford to meet to the point of the ink. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have had countries that are big brothers to others. We have had countries that bully others not because of what they have, but because what they imagine they are. And we've even had accident, forget about the aircraft accident associated, but even the normal road accidents, where you have an accident in the neighboring country and you cannot access to the accident sites because of the protocols of that country. For example, Mr. Speaker, just the other day I had an incident where one of my voters, who is a trader, his goods got burnt along the road of a link road between Kenya and our neighboring country. And I needed to go and help because this is my voter and his truck has burnt up. I tried accessing the accident scene in the neighboring country. I was told I have to speak to mkuu wa kijiji, mkuu wa mkoa, because I'm a member of parliament and I'm going as a family. I'm not going as a member of parliament. I'm going as a relative, a friend. I want to go and rescue a friend, and I'm told, because you're a member of parliament, you have to go through mkuu wa mkoa. And trying to put sense into these characters is very difficult. So I think these ratifications are very viable. They're very good. But we also need to ask, how implementable are they? Otherwise, I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako, MP for Marsabit County.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important report.
Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako, I'm informed we have under 6 minutes to end the business of the House. So
let me just finish in brief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll be very brief. I was deliberating on whether I should contribute to this or not, but I had to be bold enough to stand and support this motion or this report. Why I'm saying that, and I want to correct Mheshimiwa wa Mushomba, the accident that happened in Marsabit, the plane crash, was in 2006, and it is in that plane crash I lost my husband. So I take a lot of courage to stand and support this. I also agree with all the recommendation, And it is something that we need to have as early as now, so that the East African Community multilateral agreement on aircraft accident and incidents may be effective or effected as soon as possible and implemented. Most of the time we pass reports, we pass policies, but unfortunately we don't refer to that. In the past, a lot of accidents have happened. Mr. Speaker, sir, families have been affected. And you know, you wake up one morning being a full family members, but unfortunately, by the end of the day, you've lost your loved ones. You get into confusion, you don't know what to do next. And as that happens, you live with the pain for the rest of your life. Many who have not gone through may not understand. And so this ratification will definitely help us as a country. And it is only when you have gone through that experience, you know what it means for proper investigation to be done, for cause of the accident to be known, for compensation to be to happen. And also, as we talk about that, most of the time, the affected people, the members of the family, the relatives, are most of the time forgotten. And it is good to have a proper package to take care of the family beside compensation, because it is true that you cannot get back your loved ones, but it is good for people to have proper package so that proper cancellation will be done, members can be cancelled, and they can be taken through that traumatizing period. Civil aviation operation be conducted under internationally accepted minimum operating standards, procedures, and practice. This is what really makes me happy, because when this is applied, then you cannot say that you have been neglected or you have been marginalized or you have not gotten your right. It is my prayer, I would have said more, but it is my prayer that this will be soon effected and affected people in future will be given proper attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I reply, allow me to give 2 minutes to Honorable Roku, who has been here for enough time to qualify to be donated a few minutes. And Honorable Fatuma Mohamed, I'll give you 2 minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Roku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman. I will take very short time. Mr. Speaker, one, if we have a real estate in this country which can bring serious levels of income to our nation, is JKIA. JKIA as an international airport is one of prime land which the Republic of Kenya can capitalize in to get more income. Number two, the issue of research, training, which is envisaged by this report, is extremely important. Research and development is the next frontier, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I rise to support and congratulate the chairman and his committee for such a wonderful report. And research and development in the area of aviation, in the area of air transport is extremely important. We need to take advantage and we need to lead Africa as far as aviation research and training, and also not only in Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, and I congratulate you and your team for a well-thought decision to bring this up into this House. Mr. Speaker, I'll be short. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have very competent aeronautical engineers. As a matter of fact, we have 20,013 engineers. And we cannot say that we don't have people who can do investigations for us. I do not know the panel that sits, but I believe that even lawyers do sit. We have the best brain lawyers in East Africa. An example is Otiende Amolo and the rest. We have TJ Kajuang and the rest who sit in this house. I believe doctors too. We have very good doctors. And so I'm trying to confirm that we have a team that can help us instead of importing people to come and do a work that we can do. Mr. Speaker, incidents and accidents are very emotional. And so imagine a grandmother or a mother of 90-year-old who wants to go to UK to go and listen to the panel say something about his or her daughter or family member. And remember, sometimes, and I've seen it happen, when these accidents happen, family members want to go and hear. Some think that if grandmother or uncle goes, they'll be given money, they'll be paid for the death that occurred. And so if it's done within East Africa, you can take a bus and go to Uganda or Tanzania or Rwanda, wherever that investigation will be happening, and listen and pray with your family as they go through this traumatizing moment. Mr. Speaker, there is no way we bring investigators from outside, and so to speak, maybe the Western countries, to come and investigate an incident here. While when we have problems like the one in Haiti, we take our Kenyan policemen to go and help in Haiti. Why are they not sending white men?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank honorable members for supporting this motion on the ratification of East Africa Community Multilateral Agreement on aircraft accident and incidents. Honorable Speaker, I've listened to members' contributions, and what comes out is that members would encourage that we partner with other East African states to whenever there is a need to investigate accidents, aircraft accidents or incidents. And Honorable Speaker, let me tell honorable members there is nothing wrong or negative with receiving international support whenever we experience aircraft accidents. That's why Kenya is a member of ICAO, that is International Civil Aviation Authority. There are three sectors. I know we have focused. I've listened to members, and I have had them focus more on commercial aviation, but we have three sectors of aviation. That is commercial, general, which deals general and military aviation. Aviation is a very broad sector. It's a huge industry with a great potential to grow our economy and create job opportunities. So, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the positive comments and contributions of our honorable members, and assure them that my committee, that's the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, we do all we can to support the aviation sector, and with the support of honorable members, I believe that we will be able to grow this very important industry. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Yeah, the question will be put to the motion the next time it shall be scheduled by the House Business Committee for consideration by the House. I thank you, Chair, and all members who have sat through as we transact this particular business. Honorable members, order. The time being 7:05 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 18th October 2023 at 9:30 a.m.